Doing, brother?
Doing well. How are you doing today?
Absolutely well, absolutely well. Okay, this is
Had an
us. We're live. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We are here and we are preparing to go into the uncharted territory of inner alchemy. We are going to be spinning the web of creation, to take a look at how the principles of inner transformation come together, what the fundamental factors are, the process, and how the inner alchemy has been used as well to manipulate our minds. What inner alchemy is essentially. What a awesome panel arranged for tonight. I'm not quite sure who's going to make it or not, because I know there have been a couple of people saying that they're having a hard time making it, but we are on track. We have Ash here, Ash Odinson, who is just an awesome author, a great theologist, a master of Druidic path from the Norse tradition. We have Indy Sage, who is a profound philosopher. I haven't had much time to touch base with him yet, but I've seen him speaking in the groups, and I'm very happy to have you here, Indy Sage. We've got Liba Lam here, who's a great astrologer, cosmologist, occultist, meditator, and student from different divisions. And yeah, we're going to have Kalal coming in any minute. Let me make sure Kalal has seen this.
Honey, is this one live?
Nice. Welcome to you all. Do you say hello?
How?
My earbuds are sitting.
I know, but I won't be able to hear it because you have your earbuds in.
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to have to listen to it.
Yeah, you have to watch it on YouTube yourself.
How do I find it?
YouTube, I'll send you a link in just a second.
So we are live here.
I think there's a
And
link.
I'd like you all to say hello. Have a moment. Welcome to you all.
I seen the other day.
Sorry about that, fellas.
So glad to be here on the show. It's going to be an exciting show today. And I'm looking forward to talking about some inner alchemy. It's going to be great. Personally had a experience last night. It was very alchemistic. You got me with these bandages here today.
Oh, this is going to be a fun one.
I'd like to start by apologizing for being late. It's all on me. My little boy had to eat, and his mommy is feeling very, very, very under the weather, so I had to go to the shop, get her some meds, get her a flower from the mountain, and sort out my little boy. So, but I made it. I pulled it together. I managed to pull rabbits out of hats. Didn't think I was going to make it on time, but I pushed the limit. So let's without further ado. And we've got Libalam here. Are you in your space, Libalam? I haven't heard your voice yet.
Because I'm
Hello.
Hello.
So excited for today's discussion. This is going to be a very esoteric topic, so this is something that I find especially fascinating. So glad to be here with you guys.
Likewise.
I'd like to start with the concept of the word alchemy. Interesting word. Chem, the land of Chem, ancient Egypt. The word Jedi from Star Wars. Jaji is a priest from pre-Egypt. So when you're watching Star Wars and you're seeing the Jedi, this is an Egyptian lineage being portrayed by Mr. Lucas. And Chemia, the land of Chem, and chemistry came from the Chemians, came from Chemia. So El is one of the ancient names of the divine. Relates to two of the very ancient hieroglyphs. The first hieroglyph of all hieroglyphs, which is the ox, and the hieroglyph which is the center of the pack of the 22 archetype hieroglyphs, which is the ox goad. So in a sense, it represents a half a cycle of the beginning and the end, which is quite an interesting concept. Represents God, the same God that the Jews were worshipping, Al, or relates to the name from which Allah has been brought. So Al, God, Chem, the land of Chem, which is to do with the elements and how the elements fit together and how the transmutation can be done with the elements. So alchemy is essentially the use of various different elements in order to produce a transformation of sorts. Usually it relates to the inner principles, and the alchemy of spirit is when one is taking one's base character and alchemizing it, turning it into its most profound, most pure, most vibrant, life-giving principle, reflecting aspects which we can say reflects the union of God's divinity, and is essentially the hallmark of harmony. And so who would like to kick the ball out there to start?
All right. Well, I could go in on something about chem to get us going here. And I know as far as Hermetic wisdom goes, a lot of the stories of alchemy tie back to who we know as Hermes by the Greek, Thoth in Hellenistic Greece, in Egypt, and also goes back to Jehudi, original name for Thoth, who is said to have created alchemy and written language. The word alchem comes back from the original name alchemu. Actually means, and has been obfuscated, the colony of Mu, which we now refer to as Lemuria. And it was originally known as Kumari Kandam by the people of the Pacific Islands in Oceania.
I absolutely love that, dude, because I love the Lemuria Atlantis. I think in the middle of the Pacific and the Atlantic, we are missing a large landmass that once existed. And I do love the diversity of the Hermetic principle, but there's also another god that was labeled as Hermes, and that was Odin. Tacitus referred to Odin. He said that the Germanic people worshipped a living version of Hermes. So they had a walking, talking god amongst them that many of the old philosophers had written about. And I think a lot of the Hermes Trismegistus would indicate that he was known 3 times as being great. And I mean, if you look at Thoth the Atlantean, Hermes as Hermes, and Odin, you've got 3 generations of the same chap with different names in different regions. So I look at it as perhaps it was a set of knowledge that was passed to a specific shaman, and that he only passed it forth to a specific shaman. There was only like one carrier of the knowledge at one point in time anyways. And that person was known as Thoth, Hermes, or Odin. I think those principles have spread throughout the world.
I have also, my dogs are going wild. I have also felt this way. And in my mind, there are different lineages of history. And the history is so ancient that it is being carried through different cultural lines. And so the Hermetic Egyptian line of history carries a certain inflection of history. And if you look at the Germanic lines or the Norse lines of history, it's all the same stories. You go to the Vedic lands, you're going to find the exact same stories. There you've got Indra with the lightning bolt. You've got the same little stories playing out, the same paradigms, the same fundamental realities, where in India you've got Shiva with the crows, and the Katpushundi is Shiva's helper and talks to Shiva.
Now, also, there's some tie-ins with those figures and other figures with a similar archetype, like Enki and his nephew Ningshida, all of whom carry the Caduceus staff, were gods of the underworld, and supposedly invented math and language, also helped mankind with architecture and civilization and agriculture as well. And so they follow a similar theme.
The first signs that we have are the tales of Hermes, are of him with the musical instruments and the lyre and the flute and all of that stuff. Now, this is really strange, because now we look back and we found the bone flute that's 40,000 years old in a cave in Germany. Wow. We found the casing of a lyre that was made from a turtle shell in a cave in Germany. Now, that's from like 38,000 years ago. This is a good signifier that a lot of these tales were passed down from something these people saw and carried it down. Now, I mean, I know by modern standards, where a lot of society is just programmed to believe that there is nothing beyond what they see in 2 dimensions. And I think alchemy has basically been a lost and forgotten art form by much of society, when once it had a lot more interest, especially among almost all of the educated. Almost all of what they would consider the upper echelon of the educated would research some branch of it, and they gave some acknowledgement to it, whether they said they liked it, disliked it, or whatever. It was there and they wrote about it. So this is something that we've had for millennia, but just, I would say, fairly recently, probably over the last couple hundred years, it's just been pushed out of society, out of the minds of people, and we're just now rediscovering it. So there's going to be some great things that come out of this.
I would like to add medicine. If
Yes.
you look at what medicine is and where medicine comes from, the reason why the medicine has the caduceus staff, and you can see this all around the world, is because there's 2 branches of alchemy. There is what we can consider as spiritual alchemy, which is the inner alchemy of the self, which is essentially what has become religions, and which is in a very dilated form, shall I say. And then you've got the physical alchemy of chemistry, which is what has evolved to become pharmaceuticals. Sadly, under control of the wrong hands, but yet a form of alchemy.
I think we got to get back to the earth alchemy, the making kudzu tea to regulate blood pressure and hypertension and things of that nature. More herbal remedies, because we're basically, if you look at America, or as America, just the statistics here, dude, like 70% of the country's on some type of pharmaceutical long term.
Wow,
it's absurd.
It is. All byproducts of petroleum with terrible side effects.
Mm-hmm.
Keep us away from the natural path stuff.
And the way in which the spiritual alchemy has been abused, I mean, essentially all branches of the occult, all branches of magic are a form of alchemy if you want to get right down to it. Alchemy is changing conditions, using elements to transmute other elements. And this transmutation is essentially at the core of most magical traditions, most magical systems. So when we look at Hollywood, using the Holy Wand, the Holy Wand was used by the Druidic priests of ancient Ireland to hypnotize a subject, because they understood that in the same way that we understand today that the placebo is essentially a way of healing people, because most illnesses start over here in the mind. So most things start in the mind and they progress into the body. And so they had ancient forms of healing which related to hypnosis, and the high priests would use a Hollywood wand to hypnotize a subject in order to be able to reprogram them back towards a healthy program of living, so that they could get back to a state of balance and harmony for life, for the homeostasis. So what we've got here in Hollywood is really a form of profound alchemy, which is alchemically changing the way we think, changing the way we feel. I had a long discussion last night about sexuality and pornography, and it's really, this is really how they use it. Sexuality is at the core of alchemy, because it's how we create, and alchemy has a lot to do with creation. Creating new possibilities, creating new shifts in consciousness, creating new circumstances, or creating new life.
Well, it's one of the big problems we have is the duality of everything. Is like alchemy can be used as a great tool or as a weapon, just as medicine. I mean, we look at what's happened most recently here, and we can see how medicine has been weaponized against mankind multiple different times. Or I wouldn't call it medicine, but I would call it the chemistry and biology, and I mean, technically it is. And that's the problem. I think that the little bits of information that we do have accessible and that are easily accessible for people to find on alchemy are rather discouraging. It takes a really thorough deep dive to get into some of the roots of it and understand what's really going on. So at a face glance, most people see it and they're like just immediately turned off by it. I mean, but yes, the medicine aspect of it, I think, is probably the most impactful and the most relevant that everybody can see.
Absolutely. And it brings great balance within that can help us balance in the world without. So it can really help us.
I think you're right on point in bringing up medicine, because when people think of spiritual practice, I think that they've become dissociated from the healing aspect of it. And when I've been researching alchemy, something I've found is like just cross-referencing my research and looking into esoteric matters, and some of the most adept spiritual practitioners I've met is that it's like for them where they end is at the beginning of alchemy. It's cultivation. And so like when people are talking about inner light and the cultivation of energies, it's like that is where it begins. And so this is this is where it goes off the deep end into something very profound and mystical.
Totally, I agree. And I just want to bring our attention to the word medicine, just to understand how occult it is, right? We speak of medicine as a daily term. Medi, the middle, the center, as in the staff of Hermes, as in the staff between the two serpents of energy, of the Ida and the Pingala, as they call it in India, or the rising current and falling current, as the Kabbalists speak of it, or the principle of bringing forth or taking in, as the Hermetics speak about it, same idea. And so Medi is the center, and sun. The sun, or as we know, the sun is the place from which all life force comes, all prana, all etheric fluids flow out of the sun and enrich us, which is why the only place where sugar can come from at all is from the sun. All sugars on earth come only from the sun through plants. They are taken up by other animals, or they are eaten directly in plant form by humans. But there is no other way to actually create sugars other than an alchemical process, which is in the leaves, which actually alchemize the vibrational frequencies, the electromagnetic spectrums of light, and turn it into a crystal. And this crystal is the source of all energy that drives all life, which is quite incredible if we consider it. So when we think about medicine, we really need to stretch our mind into how occult it is. And it will also give us an insight into something that was said that is so brilliant by Ash, is how many people are addicted to medicine. And a lot of the medicines are not very medicinal. I mean, they are designed to make money. And so our alchemy has become a prostitute of the state in the metaphorical sense.
And that's the danger of it, is it's fallen into the wrong hands, out of the people's hands by force. Now think about how many things that we had that were alchemical that we used to be able to do at home. We used to be able to grow a lot of our own plant medicines are now just banned and made illegal. How many cultures had poppies, cannabis, and mushrooms, and several other things that are used for mental healing, physical healing of all different types, and now they literally can't because it's illegal. Even though it's their spiritual freedom, it's their religious freedom to do, it's still illegal at a state and federal level. So they've taken control of it and said, you're still allowed to do this, but only through our certified alchemist. That's the danger. We've got to take our alchemy back.
Yes. You.
I had a bit to say about this when we were talking yesterday, and it's something that's very close to my heart, is PhDs and doctorates. And what a sham. Sorry to all of you that have worked hard for your PhDs and doctorates. But what a sham that circus is, that whole idea of peer review, which is basically just to keep everybody locked in. Because people can't peer review something that contradicts their work, can they? Because their own reputation's on the line. So you can see how the whole system is a little bit rigged. And so people are only going to really give a positive peer review for other science that confirms what they've said, generally speaking. And so there's this very selfish take on what is certification. And we've got to look at the word certification, to be certified, to be certain. There's something wrong with treating knowledge as a certainty, because knowledge is a fluid substance that flows in the moment of presence. And one can have beliefs and be certain about one's beliefs, but one can never be certain about knowledge, because the moment knowledge has been born, the world has changed. And so the world is in a constant state of flux. So what you know in this moment was for the world that moment was revealing that knowledge. In the next moment, the world has changed to some degree. So the knowledge of the past becomes the belief structure, which can be a pathway to knowledge, but is not necessarily the same as knowledge. So once again, our educational systems are at the heart of this as well. And to bring it back to the more occult and esoteric aspects of alchemy, I think we've all become very lazy and we've allowed alchemy to be done for us. When we watch a film on Hollywood, a movie, there's alchemy happening within us. We need to recognize that there's a process of alchemy happening. The actors, in the old times, actors were magicians that were doing a ritual. And the people watching the ritual were actually being changed by the ritual that they were watching. So now we're watching the rituals on our silver screens and we think it's not changing us, but my gosh, does it change the way we think? And this is
Think about the term programming.
Yeah.
Television programming. I mean, governmente. Think about that statement in itself. One word that is meant your mind and controlled. Okay, the control of rational thought or rational thinking. So governmente is in itself an oppressive thing. And the conversations we're having right now are the absolute proof of that. Because if we had the absolute freedom to have our practices, these wouldn't even be hot topics. This would be common knowledge. And people, like, I've had somebody ask me an interesting question, right? Because I believe in a lot of herbal medicine. And they use this to debate it. Well, how do you know you're not accidentally going to overdose somebody on mushroom? How does a doctor know he's not going to accidentally overdose somebody on Oxycontin? Practice, experience, knowing. How can you do that if it's been made illegal? You know, and that's where we stand. That's our magic has been restricted mostly in many areas of the world by the governmente.
It's true. And democracy actually means rule of the mob, or mob rule, actually. So that's how they're enforcing this brainwash.
Majority rule. So, yeah.
Literally in Greek, demos krasi, mob rule. So there it is.
People look at language and you got to think spelling is called spelling for a reason, right? We put words together out of runes and alphabetic symbols that once meant something far more than just their phonetic sound, right? And now we put those things together and we've spelled a word, right? And you look at what a spell is. It's the combination of runes to basically perform a function. And we're at a point now where humanity has stopped taking heed in what words mean. Basically, words, the meaning of things has just become so freaking fluid that it's destroying our understanding of things. And I think it's intentional.
Yeah, things have been obfuscated. White is being shown as black and black is white. People are seeing things backwards for what they are.
Signs of Ragnarok, apocalypse, Armageddon, Revelation. When the good becomes bad, the bad becomes good, the morals flip.
I'd love to introduce Kalal. Sorry, Kalal, you were actually in the waiting room and I didn't scroll down and see you down there. Didn't give me a notification that you'd arrived. But we've got Kalal here, who's a numerologist of note and a student of ancient history and a code breaker. He does grimoires, a really profound thinker and philosopher in his own right. I'd like to welcome Konami as well, Konami Codes, Kalal. And yeah, would you like to say a few words with us?
Love, peace, and power. Franklin, I'm sorry I couldn't get in. I thought it was my fault. Love, peace, and power to everybody here. I don't want to cut anybody's wisdom. Please continue, and I'll jump in when I can.
Glad to have you. Welcome.
Howdy, Kalal.
All right, so I wanted to go through 7 steps of inner alchemy, and this is a process that goes through first calcination, which is purification by fire, and that's said to be its father is the sun. 2, we have dissolution, which is purification by water, and it's said to be its mother is the moon. Now in step 3, separation, we have purification by air, and that's said to be the wind carries it in its belly. And 4, conjunction, purification by earth. The earth is its nurse. 5, fermentation, separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross. And 6, distillation, it rises from the earth to heaven and descends to earth. 7, coagulation, thus you will attain the glory of the whole universe. Obscurity will become clear to you. It is posting on each stage of alchemy and the crystals that can assist you during that particular process listed below. So they have also aligning crystals with the 7 stages. But as you see, it starts off with the sun and the moon, expands to wind, earth, fire, unification of earth and ether, and then the final step, full clarity and sacred union. And so this is a process in which we unify the sacred feminine and the sacred masculine within us by replacing fear and hatred with compassion and love for oneself and one and all. And through this process, we are able to gain the unification of the behavior, thoughts, and feelings. We think, how we feel, how we act. In current day society, a lot of those things are misaligned. We're taught to hide our feelings, which becomes the shadow and splinters us. So being able to unify ourselves, we need to reunite ourselves with our suppressed emotional feelings that have become our shadow within. And by doing that, we liberate ourselves and become whole once again. The process I've gone through, and I share it to keep it fresh.
I love what you said, and I also love your flower, by the way.
Thank you.
Keep looking at that flower, thinking that is so cool. Is that a sunflower? Is that a little,
Yes.
What is that?
I think it's a
Is it
sunflower.
a sunflower?
Yeah.
It's beautiful. We get big ones the size of footballs here in South Africa. And there's an Orange Free State where you can go and there's just sunflowers everywhere. And obviously it would start with the power of the sun, because the sun is the source of all, once again, sugar, life. And one has to start with life. And I suppose if we consider what the sun represents, it represents polarity on the inner planes. It represents the polarity as the 4th principle of Hermes. So it stands to reason that you would start in the middle. And so in the Kabbalah, they speak of the fire in the middle. And it's a very profound theme that keeps coming back. And it has to do with the shin going into the tetragrammaton to form the name Yeshua. So, but this principle is what takes you towards the state of sublimation, which is the sphere of the moon. So the sphere of the moon is then the sublime and allowing that which is in our subconscious to emerge, facing this wind of the sublime. And it's interesting that the sun and the moon would be the first 2 states, because if you consider from the Egyptian perspective, the sun and the moon are the 2 eyes, the eye of Ra and the eye of Isis. And in our world, the moon has been reduced to money. This is quite an important alchemical structure in the way in which they are manipulating our world. And sun has been reduced to reason, Ray, sun, right? Ray, sun, reason. So we've been taught to trust only reason and follow money. And so the first 2 steps of alchemy have already been removed from the proverbial table for most people in terms of the way in which our society is structured and the kind of programming and conditioning that we receive from this particular structure seems to be very much what is going on. So it's very clear that those that are structuring and pulling the strings of society are very aware of what they're doing in order to cut us off from the source of alchemy, of that inner potential and the inner change. And it's quite interesting when you speak of India, okay, so when you speak of producing any kind of an alchemical reaction, they see the 3 principles as being fundamental. And so the 3 principles are yantra, mantra, and tantra, right? So yantra is to see, to conceptualize, to project an image. Mantra is to give that image form and to give it shape through sound. And the Tantra is to take the sound and the shape and the form and the concept and to merge them in the proverbial cauldron. So it all comes back down to the cauldron. And so the cauldron has been the fundamental symbol in most of our traditions, you know, from the Norse to wherever you go, in one form or another. You go to China, you look at the Chinese system of alchemy. They have the 5 principles. They work the alchemy according to the 5 principles, the 5 elements, and the 5 sets of organs. And they have a very interesting take on alchemy, the way the alchemy of the body works, in the way that the organs cooperate in order to produce this homeostatic reaction in life. And so looking at the sun and looking at the moon, we can say that the sun, the first step is to activate the pineal. And the second state is to activate the pituitary, which is quite interesting in terms of its timing here, because the thalamus gland is an extension through which the pineal finds its extension in the brain. And so it's fundamental to anything related to the etheric vibration. And so this etheric vibration relates to the principle of thinking, the principle of thoughts. So you could say that first you've got to correct your thoughts, your way of thinking. It's the first step. And the second step is the moon. You've got to dive deep into your subconscious. And you've got to allow your emotions to surface until they can settle, which is what the hypothalamus controls in league with the pituitary and our desires and our sex and our appetites and everything that goes along with us. So fasting you could see as being related to the sphere of the moon, if you want to get right down to it, which is normally where the alchemy really starts to get real, in the sphere of the moon. And for me, this is very interesting because it means that your food is quite important. And so that brings us to another point. Another alchemy blocker is our foods. You know, what we're eating is toxic. It's destroying our brains.
And I was just having that conversation earlier today, that everything we do, everything, the way we think, everything we do, it starts in our gut. There are, I think, like 70% of the body's neural receptors are in the gut, right? And we've always had sayings amongst mankind: don't trust your heart, trust your gut. Don't trust your head, trust your gut. Listen to your gut. It's a gut feeling. And there's a reason for that. We get most of our strong instinctual feeling, our reactionary feeling, our humanity from our natural neural receptors, you know, our natural reactions, our instinctual human reactions. Now, when we're not receiving that, it's cutting us off from everything. It's damaging our pituitaries. They're calcifying. I mean, we're taking in such inhumane and inhospitable inorganic foods nowadays that it's destroying our connection to it, I think. And that's one of the first things people would want to do when they want, if they really want to get into something like this, is first look at the oldest text in regards to it, then purify yourself. Once you get the knowledge and your body pure, then you can start to understand it. But until your gut system is intaking proper food from a good biome and you're organic and natural yourself, I think a lot of people just wouldn't be able to process it and understand it. And I think that's where we have this disconnect, where a lot of people are saying they think they may be NPCs, or they feel like they have no soul because they have no feeling or connection with God. And I don't think it's their fault or anything that was done. I think it's just a set of dietary standards that have turned people away from spirituality by doing different things to the pituitary gland and the other glands.
Yes, and exposure to fluoride is said to calcify the pineal gland, which can be reversed
Pineal,
by
that's
utilizing the diet.
Yes, I said pituitary. I meant pineal. Sorry about that.
But you are quite right, because the pituitary gland is what regulates homeostasis, regulates metabolism, regulates body temperature, regulates your desire to eat, your hunger, your appetite, and when you're feeling full. So the pituitary gland is very connected to the gut, because the gut is pulling directly from the subconscious. where
Yes.
the pineal gland is your conscious ability to think and reason, and your spiritual awareness to be able to focus and channel and direct. The pituitary is about receiving. It's the feminine aspect of our consciousness. And so we've been taught to focus so much on the pineal. But you're right, when the pineal becomes disturbed, one becomes just blatantly stupid. Like one's intelligence just goes down the tube.
Spiritually disconnected.
Yeah.
It's a sad thing. You see so many people in society saying that they have no concept of God when it's. I know a lot of people will hear it, but like not understand it. If you've had a religious experience in your life, you just know it. There's no, you can't explain it to somebody. You can't quantify it with words. It's not something, you know, that you can send in a tweet and make somebody understand. And people are like, therefore it doesn't exist. That's such a disturbing new trend.
I also think that a big part of the alchemical process has got a lot to do with surrender. And we've been taught not to surrender. We've been taught, I mean, surrender is at the core. We've spoken about Odin before. I mean, the power of Odin is really surrender. I mean, that stunt with the tree, if that's not surrender.
Odin, see, now there's a lot that's misinterpreted about that. Odin sacrificed himself to himself for knowledge. He strapped himself to the tree for 9 days, bled himself, and he apparently died and was reawakened with certain knowledge that he didn't have before. But the thing with Odin is there is no surrender. There is respect, there is honor, but the Norse gods have never requested surrender or bowing down by their followers. It's always respect, honor, tradition, and several other aspects of it. But Odin did sacrifice himself for knowledge, and that is a core tenet of the Norse Germanic belief, is that we are beings of knowledge. The more we know, the better we are. But there is a line to that. And if you cross that line, you will often become an unhappy person. When you know too much of too many things, you just can't, you can no longer be happy.
Well, that's what the surrender is. And the way I see it, because to me, when I speak of surrender, I don't mean surrender as other people, as surrender has been accepted and known by the egregoric consciousness on earth. To me, surrender it starts with the word sur, which is the root of the word surreal, which has got to do with delving into the subconscious. So when one enters into the surreal and forgets everything that one knows, lets go of all the ideas, and just allows oneself to die, this is surrender. It's the same idea as what we can call sacrifice. I mean, sacrifice comes from the word sacred, which is sacred, red sack.
Sir was the surname, and to end it, I mean, you'd be ending your familial line, surrendering your family belief, your intellectual knowledge, your IP, basically.
Everything, in order to become reborn. And this is the whole journey of the alchemist. It's the journey of letting go of everything that you were and just sacrificing it and just letting yourself say, you know what, I'm ready to die. Take me. And because of the total commitment of heart, the principles of life reside and are present. And so this is sort of alchemy in its depths really represents rebirth, really represents death, really represents being born from death. And now we're starting to hear these Christian people talking about being born again. This is an alchemical phrase. This is the way of the alchemist. So the person who was quoted as being a Jew, Emmanuel, who often said, I'm a loyal Jew, right? And was being adhered to in Jewish ways by the early Jews that were told that they weren't allowed to call themselves Jews by the Greeks in the early days of Rome, because they were afraid of a civil war, and hence they were forced to become accepted as Christians, and they had to sacrifice their Sabbath on Saturday and take on the Sunday of the Romanic tradition as their sacred day, became Christians, which is very interesting. You know, there's another form of surrender there. They surrender to something on an external plane. So I think you can either surrender externally or you can surrender internally. And if you surrender internally, then you do not fear death. And if you surrender externally, then you fear death. And so death is that fine line of knowledge, in my perspective. And so all knowledge comes from the presence of life and death. And the closer we are to the point of life and death within ourselves, the closer we are to the true scope of knowledge. And so this seems to be the message of the alchemist, is that in the process of these 7 principles working their way through us in 3 different ways to form the 21 octaves, which compounded becomes a 22nd octave. And I know Kalal's going to be chewing on this. And here we end up with a fundamental numerical structure, which is representing, if not in completion, the totality of the structure of being. And in terms of a dynamic polarity, a polarity that lives within a polarity, expressing the polarity between the 2 dynamic polarities, which we call the Trinity. And so these 3 principles are from whence the 7 principles are born. For the 7 is a combination mathematically of the 3, right? 1 plus 2, and 3 is 3. 1 and 2 is 4. 1 and 3 is 5. And 3 and 2 is 6. And 3, 2, and 1 is 7. So you've got the 7 being born from the 3, and it's just a fundamental nature of understanding math. And obviously math was an Egyptian concept that relates to death once again, and it relates to the morality of death. And so we've considered morality a very narrow concept, because when you look at the word morality, it means more all. What does more all mean? It means to be selfless, to be more thinking about all, to be more thinking about everybody, what's best for everybody, not what's best for me. And so there's a selflessness that comes with sacrifice, the selflessness of true inner surrender, as opposed to the selfishness of external surrender. And I think this selfishness and selflessness are the 2 polarities of being that create these powerful currents that either keep us locked in to our paradigm or give us the impetus and power to be able to alchemize the forces of life and the structures of our thoughts and our emotions in order to produce a state of harmony. And this harmony seems to be lost, you know, like you mentioned with food, with so many things in life. Disharmony is what we get when we turn on the news. Everything is designed to create disharmony. Money, bills, inflation. Just when you think you've got enough money, they hit the button.
440 hertz music shift. Everything is meant to cause disharmony. Think about the music shift from 432 to 440 hertz. I mean, you take music from being soothing and thought-inspiring to being aggravating and agitating. And why would they set the standard that way? Why would they not want music to connect you spiritually and instead to aggravate and frustrate? And why would they make that the standard for it? I mean, we've got a lot of intentional alchemy being used against us in many different ways. I mean, it's, like I said, we've just got to recognize it and use proper alchemy in return.
That's I don't want to give the powers that shouldn't be too much power, because they only do what they do because we allow it.
100%.
So this is why we have to teach, and why we have to study, and why we have to decode. When it comes to alchemy in particular, anyone who's familiar with alchemical art, you have to be a decoder. That is a language in and of itself to truly understand symbology. This is the true power of the tarot. The tarot is a branch off of cardology, right? That's why a lot of cultures, especially here in the West, like to play card games so much. When certain principalities and powers had to move and migrate due to slaughters and due to environmental disaster, certain systems, certain thought had to change their cover story. A good example of that would be Mizraim or Egypt or Kemet or Tameri. If you take the E back, you get Gypsy, right? So when you put the E back, you see where that came from. They had to change these names to move around. So all of that to say, it is very, very important to be able to discern symbologies.
Someone's audio is really breaking through kind of loud. It's making it hard to hear, Khalil.
Okay, so that wasn't me. And to speak to Franklin's point before, I think it's the book of Ecclesiastes that says, he who grows in wisdom grows in sorrow. There's always a price to pay for knowledge. Always.
You bring up an excellent point, Khalil, about the price to pay, because I think at the core of just initiation into alchemy is recognizing that your own will can only take you so far. You have to open up your little bubble of, understanding and action and initiative into a broader perspective that includes you as just another human being. And so, there is I think an aspect of surrender, but it's not surrender in the way that we normally think about it. It's not just I'm going to surrender to the Spirit of God. It's like I'm going to surrender what I am so that I am one with the Spirit of God. It's a yogic thing, and principle of unity.
Yes, it's you ultimately giving in to you. It's the merger of the subconscious with the conscious mind. Your subconscious mind doesn't separate anyone from anything or any place. All people have essentially your face. Your conscious mind doesn't see it that way. That's why you can have a dream where you have maybe a mother figure or someone who's passed on, but that you feel their energy in someone else. They're wearing someone else's face. And that's for a reason. Like spirit has a bird's eye view as opposed to our linear range of sight when we suck something in and then project back what it is we want or think we need to see.
I had an amazing rebirth experience, and a spiritual rebirth happened in 2007 when I survived brain surgery. And having a near-death experience, I was willing to surrender. After that, I was willing to let go of the little stuff, stop blaming other people for my problems, and start taking responsibility for transforming myself. And that was when my process of self-mastery began. And so last night, I was nearly killed, and I was had a pool stick smashed over my face, and then I was strangled nearly to death. But through the process, I had compassion. There was nothing in me that wanted to retaliate. I was there to protect myself, and I didn't do a very good job of it. But I was able to control my anger and my emotional responses because I've been able to find balance within myself to unify the sacred union of the sacred system. It's been great to be here with you guys today, and I'm going to head to work.
I think that's something that people always look at, like the Norse Germanic faith, and assume that, like, if we're ever challenged to battle, we have to fight to the death and all this other stuff. That is so cliche and garbage. It hurts. The Viking Golden Age was a very specific period in time, and everybody bases everything they think about the Norse Germanic or Viking faith on. But if you look at the principles and the teachings of the Havamal, right? Just one of the books of the Eddas. It's called the Havamal means the words of the High One, or the words of Odin. And it's a series of parables that are basically just little basic life principles, right? And I mean, it's basic life advice, like, you know, anytime you're entering a strange place, be aware you never know who could be out to get you, you know? So situational awareness is always your best friend. There's stanzas on knowledge. And I mean, we've hit on so many different things just in this conversation that I'm writing a book on the Havamal right now. And like, I've recently gone over like the first 60 stanzas of it. And we've hit on like 6 or 7 different things that just like, it's literally one of the stanzas just standing out and staring at me. And I think we've got to break our stereotypes of everything, right? We've got to break our stereotypes of all people out there. Like, we are all humans, man. And we all came from the same place. Who knows what that place is? I don't. I'd like to think it's the god Odin, and the stories that I know are the ones that are true, right? And that the ash and elm, basically the equivalent to Adam and Eve in the Genesis story, right? So that's what I personally believe. But there's creation stories, and everybody has their own, right? And I look at it like this: we separated our religions about 40,000 to 35,000 years ago. Something happened in the late Aurignacian where they started to scatter. And by 21,000 years ago, the people of that area had shattered, and they were all over. Now, there was just main clusters around the Iberian Peninsula, what is now known as Germany, and then down into areas around, oh my God, Turkey and stuff like that, right? Modern day Turkey. So, I mean, it was a vast area that these people lived in, and they left behind a lot of evidence they were there. And at one point, all of those people had one common structural core belief, right? And then they split. And then we wound up with the Phoenician people and the Germanic tribes and the Etruscan tribes and the Greeks. And we wind up with this mishmash. I mean, eventually, when you trace their roots back, a lot of them go back to the same set of gods. But we have separated ourselves with all of these stereotypes and all of this garbage by sheer programming of society. I think once we get past that, we can really get into the root of being a we the people again. Because that statement, we the people, is intensely powerful. And I think it's been bastardized. Sorry, that was a tangent.
Oh, no, you bring up a really, really good point about unity, where I think that a lot of the times we see things as a personal journey, a personal path. And really what it comes down to, as I see it, is more so removing obstacles. And so that ties into something that I think Franklin has a lot of wisdom to share on, which is the Ganesha mantra, and what that has to do with removing obstacles. Maybe you could share something on that, Franklin.
Well, I mean, Ganesha, okay, now. Ganesha and Hermes. So Hermes is described, right? Tahuti, or Tohoto, or Tihiti, however you want to say it, which is what we know is Thoth, is described. And Ganesha, well, from a Vedic perspective, Ganesha is described. He broke off one of his tusks in order to write the divine law. So Ganesha carries and holds the powers, all the powers. The principalities of powers that become manifest.
If you eat them all now, you won't have it.
Ganesha is the restructuring of the mental atmosphere towards the coordinating, functioning, structuring of matter. So in a sense, we can consider that as being the remover of obstacles, because the greatest obstacle is ignorance, and ignorance is always the fundamental obstacle, which creates all other obstacles, because in truth there are no other obstacles. The only obstacles there are obstacles of belief and ideologies and ideas, which is exactly what Ash was saying. And so Ganesha represents letting go of these obstacles and removing them all with knowledge, entering into a state of true knowledge of the ganas. The ganas are the powers. And so you can see a very close parallel here between Ganapati or Ganesha and Tahuti or Hermes. In fact, it's the same archetype, the same aspect of consciousness being expressed here. And also in India, Ganesha is the god of magic. Shiva is the god of transcendence and of self-sacrifice and of all of the metaphysical realms of the dead, you could say. But Ganesha is the god of magic. And so when you think of that little spinning cross, which was used by the Germans in the Second World War, that is the symbol of Ganesha. And it's the spinning of the world. It's the chakra. It's the rotation, as the Taoists would call it, the orbit of life. They speak of the macrocosmic and microcosmic orbits of life, which are the one-way spinning cross or the other-way spinning cross, whichever way you want to look at it, it's all the same thing. So the Ganesha mantra is essentially, it's 8 steps, but it's 9 steps. For 8 is the mystic number of 9, 9 is the number of completion. Ganesha's number is 3, of course, because his number is manifestation. Manifestation is the power, the 3 principles of alchemy, which are expressed to become completeness, which is the number 9. And in its mystic form, 8 is the power that moves 9. So the Ganesha mantra has got 8 steps plus the Om. The Om. So the Om step is the 9th step. With all mantras, there's the Om is an addition. But this mantra is chanted, the supreme Ganesha mantra is chanted
Om
in
Mani
step form.
Padme Om.
Well, the one we're talking about is Om
Mani. What?
We're talking about
That would be the 6-syllable mantra you're thinking of.
Yeah.
This is
Om Mani Padme Om.
So it's the Ganesha is actually very interesting mantra because it's adhering to the feminine principles. So you are invoking the Shrim, the Klim. The Klim is the Bij, the seed root of Kali. The Shrim is the seed root of Shankar in one element, but it's coming together with Sarasvati, you see, which is
Bush Whisper, you said something a second ago that caught me off guard, and I want to ask something before we get trailed off too far because I don't have a notebook to write it down. You said Shiva was the controller of the underworld, death, and basically all aspects of it. What was the physical description of Shiva?
Physical is in form.
Yes. Was she not described physically?
Yes, there are physical descriptions of Shiva, though in the deeper records it speaks of pure consciousness. So Shiva represents pure consciousness, but this pure consciousness did find an avatar, and the avatar manifested this as a body which was green.
Okay.
And so Shiva wears the serpent around his neck. He represents strength, and he carries a trident.
A trident.
Yeah.
Now, did he had 2 arms, or was he one of the gods that had multiple arms?
There are different forms of Shiva.
Okay.
In his pure form, he's got 2 arms, but there are different forms of the Nataraj. There are different forms where there are multiple arms, and it becomes a little bit complicated in terms of the 108 names, the 108 permutations of Shiva. And all these forms are different. So you've got the oldest form of Shiva. If you want to go back in history, it's Rudra. Rudra is a very scary form of Shiva. It's a demonic-looking version of Shiva. But this is where the Shiva worship finds its oldest roots. So Rudra represents anger, the anger of the Holy Spirit. So Shiva is the transcendent quality, that which transcends all physicality. Though what brings in, so the story of Shiva and Parvati as being a union, their child is Ganesha. And Shiva chopped off Ganesha's head right? Because Ganesha was protecting the way to Parvati. And Shiva wanted to get to Parvati. But Ganesha said, no, she's having a wash. You may not go to her now. So Shiva said, you cannot tell me I won't go to her. I am your father. I am Shiva. So Shiva took out his trident and he chopped off his son's head.
Oof.
Parvati turned into Kali. In her form as Kali, she will dance the universe out of existence. Shiva, realizing that he had made a mistake, sacrificed himself and surrendered to the fates of death. And that is the picture of Kali dancing on Shiva, with all the heads, as a rosary of heads, with her tongue, you know, in that form of Mahakali. And so Shiva had to self-sacrifice in order for her to tame her spirits, and then he had to make a contract with her to say that the next creature that comes past, I will take the head and put it onto Ganesha, and that would be his head. And of course, it was an elephant that came past. So this is why Ganesha has the elephant head, as the metaphor and the story goes. But Shiva is essentially an embodiment of pure spirit as a physical form of strength, virility, and the god of the underworld in the oldest forms, which is why he carries the trident, the Trisul, which represents the three aspects, the three phasing elements of alchemy. In other words, those 7 principles are going to phase into 3 states. Those 3 states are represented by the Trisul, which is the trident, which is why the ruler over death is the Trisul.
Also the Hades' weapon. Sorry, Carl.
No, I was just about to say, can you mute your mic when everybody else is talking? But we can hear that. I don't know if you're playing with cards or so what's going on. No, you're not.
Yeah. My 5-year-old's got a skateboard. He just came over and started bouncing around on it, and I don't have noise cancellation on this set of headphones. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's right.
So yeah, Ganesha then represents the mantra of the powers. And so this is Om Shrim Hrim Klim Glaum Gam Ganapataye Varavarada Sharvu Jhanamai Vasham Mannai Svaha. You see the shaman is in the mantra. And so but it's done in steps. So it goes Om Svaha, Om Shrim Svaha, Om Shrim Hrim Svaha, Om Shrim Hrim Klim Svaha, Om Shrim Hrim Klim Glaum Svaha, Om Shrim Hrim Klim Glaum Gam Svaha, Om Shrim Hrim Klim Glaum Gam Ganapataya Svaha, Om Shrim Hrim Klim Glaum Gam Ganapataya Bharavarada Svaha, Om Shrim Hrim Klim Glaum Gam Ganapataya Bharavarada Sharvo Jhanamaiva Shamanaya Svaha. So these steps are successive steps of the 3 principles building towards a completion in order to manifest. And so it is always it's the banishing ritual in India, if you will. It's the circle. Instead of drawing a circle, you do your puja for Ganesha and you draw your spinning cross, which is called a swastika, right? You draw your manifesting cross because it's a clockwise spiral. An anti-clockwise spiral would be to unmake. A clockwise spiral would be to make. And so this is an important part of every ritual that starts. As the god of magic in India, any actualization of alchemy that you wish to achieve, a shift and change, which is a phenomenal reaction within the South or in the world, Ganesha needs to be a preceding deity. It's just part of the structure of the tantras.
Now, the tantras are a Vedic teaching, correct? But most of the remainder of mysticism comes from the Kabbalah and the Zohar, right?
Yes, but they're not that. Okay, let me share something with you here, and this is quite interesting.
The history of these things fascinate me.
Well,
so
the root is going to be Coptic.
So that's Egyptian, correct?
No.
Yes.
No.
Well,
Egyptian is Greek. If we're talking about Coptic, we're talking about Ethiopia.
Okay.
but in those days, it was a big state. It wasn't like today, like a little piece. Egypt was part of Ethiopia. And the way I understand it, Ethiopia was massive. It was a big land.
Well,
So
it was Sudan. It ran all the way from Sudan all the way around.
Well, no, Ethiopia was the whole of Africa. There are maps like the Piri Reis map, or some Dogon maps, and some East Malian tribal maps that have the whole of what we call Africa as Ethiopia, but also understand that the whole of the world of what we refer to as Pangea was also known as Africa.
I wonder whether the word Ethiopia is the old name for Africa, to be fair with you, or a very, very ancient name for the place of which is Africa, essentially.
Well,
but to come back to your question.
Everything we know now is basically a Greek or Latin root. So,
well, this is what I want to share with you. This is what I want to share with you. So when you look at the tetragrammaton, right? So you've got 3 letters, which are broken into 4 placements. So one is repeated, the yod, the he, the vav, and the he. And when you pronounce it, it is pronounced as almost 3 syllables, but it is tying together 5 vowels with E, A, O, U, E, Yahweh, right? So when you pronounce Yahweh, this is very interesting. Now, in the tradition of the Kabbalah, the fire in the middle is something which is probably the most frequently mentioned permutation of inner alchemy, which has got to do with the shin, which is the divine fire, and bringing it into the middle. Now, this is the first step of alchemy. Right, the sun. The sun expresses its power through the divine principle of shin, which is the primal forces of fire. So when you take shin and put shin into the center, it spells the word Yahshua, right? Yahshua, right? Yahshua. That's your name, by the way. It's my son's name. So that's where your name comes from. So you're passing a serious name here, brother. So when you take that shin and you do not place it in the middle, and you place the shin on the crown, and now you understand that the Hebrew letters and preceding the Paleo-Hebrew letters before modern Hebrew came into being, these letters have characters. So when you're looking at wa can be pronounced wa or va, which is why it's called vav in some of the old alphabets, or wav. So it's a V or a W, depending on what precedes it. It gains masculine or feminine expression, depends on its placement. In the same way the tarot in a spread, what card precedes this card changes the meaning of this card based on what card it's following, or what follows it changes its polarity in a similar way. So to understand that is to understand that when you put the crown in the front, it spells Shiva. Shiva. I want you to understand that. So Yeshua or Shiva. So Shiva is the crown on the head. Yeshua is the crown in the heart. Shiva is the guru principle. But Yeshua is the principle of the savior. So the savior is one that sacrifices themselves and surrenders to death. The guru is someone that is a teacher. So Shiva is a teacher. He's that guru principle within us. So you can see how the words, the very tetragrammaton, and the very language of India are somehow fundamentally linked in that very most occult way. And obviously Shiva's number is the number 5, right? 5 fingers, the pentagram. So this is a very interesting point that a lot of people in the East and a lot of people practicing Western systems don't really appreciate. How all of the languages of Europe are Indo-European. So when you're talking about Greek, right, as a language, 80% of all of these languages come from Vedic. They have got Sanskrit is making up to 80% of all the languages. You might say, no, but this language came from that language, and that language came from that language. But when you look at the Indo-European languages are all carrying the Vedic expression. So the Vedic expression is of the astral. So you've got 49 letters in the Sanskrit, which are the petals of the chakras, right? And so they're quite fundamental. And when you permute these, you end up with the number 108. So on a Vedic mala of a rosary, will always relate to the number 108. Everything is coming back to the number 108, which is a permutation of 9, right? In the Western schools, we are working with the number 72. The 72 quinins are the basis of our wheel. So the 72 powers as they are manifesting applications of the great names, this is in the Western school of occult. Now, when you look at a pentagram, the one side of the pentagram is 108, and the other side is 72. And they make 180. And they're what maintain the continuity of the sacred geometry form of the pentagram. So you could equate that in India, they are speaking about the chakra, which is swirling. In Western schools, they're speaking about the sephirot, or the containers, as the Greeks also referred to it, the containers of force. So they're focusing on the containers, the spheres that contain the energy. In India, they are focusing on the energy that is filling the containers. The astral force of the energy as it is emanating into the etheric containers, the etheric realm of manifest. So the astral and the etheric relate to the in-breath and the out-breath, obviously, right? And so they are seemingly different, but they're not that different. They're just looking from a different perspective. The one is following the path of energy, the other one is following what the energy becomes. I hope that makes sense.
A little thing to add on this, a little piece of esoteric astrology is that for those of you who are familiar with the grand sextile, where you have 1 point each equally divided into 6, there is also, and this is something that no one talks about, but I've actually seen for myself in a chart, is a double grand sextile where each of 12 points are equidistant, and within a double grand sextile of 12, there are 12 yods, so 12 inconjunct aspects, or I guess 24 inconjunct aspects connected by sextile aspects, or sextile aspects. And so it's interesting how that plays in the number 72 and the number 60. They really do have a kind of a geometrical resonance that I've noticed.
So another thing to understand, that the oldest creator god in India is called Diyospita.
What is the dating on that? Is there a for the first carvings or figurines that can be found? Because
you can't date carvings. You can only go with hearsay. They can
date the strata of earth they're buried in. But I mean, I guess that's rough because it could have been buried 5,000 years after it was created. So, I mean, it's really hard, I understand, to depict that. But like a bone flute or like a wooden carving is easily radiocarbon datable. Now, if it was in stone, then yes, many types of stone or rock cannot be carbon dated, but some types actually can.
Carbon dating is absolute pseudoscience. Like that really doesn't prove a thing, because if that was the case, where we come across giants that are mistaken for dinosaurs, there would be no more debate. But carbon dating has been proven time and time again to be not dependable.
The oldest versions of it that we have, there's so many different variables and factors that can throw it off by thousands of years. That, I mean, are literal naturally occurring things, like a lightning strike happening nearby it can throw off a radiocarbon dating by over 1,000 years. How many places have been struck by lightning? So I mean, there is a lot of flaw to that. But like, it's rather easy to do things like, if you find things buried, look at what the strata of the earth is, and you know how old that strata is, and then you can kind of gauge when the last time that item was used was, but it doesn't necessarily mean that was its origin or creation point. But like in northern Germany with the wooden carvings. What's
stones,
that?
there are entire mountains that have been excavated, hollowed out.
Mm-hmm.
Entire mountains in the Himalayas. Like the amount of workmanship is just ridiculous.
Oh,
and according to
Antarctica.
Sorry?
Antarctica. The okay, please continue with the Himalayas, because there's something else in that area I want to talk about also.
Yeah, now when we look at the Himalayas, so people are speaking about 20,000 years, 12,000 years. I've seen different historians giving different kinds of time dates, but it is extremely old. We can say that there are layers and layers. The deeper you go down, they keep finding more. So there isn't really an end to it. And we've got to bear in mind that India was doing reconstructive surgery 1,300 years ago, medically. Yeah?
Oh yeah.
So they've kept their technology alive in a way that many parts of Earth didn't. And so they've kept the stories and the histories alive. This is why they have records for how to build a Vimana, that you need mercury rotating, you need organic and metallic different metals, and how to build an anti-magnetic drive.
Tell me, we've just found out how to create a bit of gravity or anti-gravity using spinning fields of mercury and magnet now. And they had the knowledge of that eons before, millennia before, right? And that's another thing I love about some of the Vedic temples. You look on the walls and they've got human birth from the sperm meeting the egg to mitosis, the first division, and the cell explosions carved into these temple walls that are at least 4,000 to 5,000 years old, but we don't know how much older. So, I mean, there's some really cool history that has been preserved. But if we look at all the other stuff that's been torn down just by nature, right? I mean, glaciers moving and things like that, what have we lost? I mean, we can look at areas off of the coast of South America, on the western coast of South America. There is a portion of the side of the mountains that you can look at and tell it just washed right into the ocean. You can see it from a satellite view of it, point blank clear. Right? It's like almost dead center in the middle of South America. I believe it's along Chile or one of the longer countries on the western border. But it looks like a whole portion of it just slid right into the ocean. Right? Now, there's divers that have recently gone there and found stone structures that washed out into the ocean with all of that debris. But we don't have when that wipeout happened in recorded history. How long ago did that happen? How old were those structures when that wipeout happened? So I mean, we've got portions of humanity. They're trying to give us a time frame of like 5,000 to 8,000 years or something for civilized humans. We've been going on for cycles of millions of years, man. And there is no way of telling, because nature just eats the evidence.
And then there's the mud flood. There's a lot of evidence that the mud flood happened. There's a lot of photographic evidence. There's a lot of writing evidence. It's something happened in the 1700s.
Look at Darren. Look at I mean, you can look at a mud flood at Göbekli Tepe. Look how it was buried. Now, there may have been some intentional reinforcing to that building, but it was washed over by a whole lot of earth and left there for 15,000 years, 12,500 years, something of that nature, somewhere in that ballpark. There's been mud floods, more than one, right? And a magnetic polar shift would do that. Think about what happened if the ocean just washed over. You know, if all of the sudden the earth stopped spinning, but the water didn't. You have the oceans washing over the continents at over 1,000 miles an hour. So I think the mud flood's a very, very real thing, and it's happened multiple times in history. But we've also had asteroid impacts. We've also had ice ages. We've had so many different things that have chased us from the poles back down to the equator and back up to the poles and back down again. And I think we have just started nitpicking evidence of human occupation in Antarctica. So I want to say that we're going to get to a point pretty soon where we're going to find out some stunning things about human history, and they won't be able to cover it up anymore because of the internet. They can call it conspiracy, but once it's out there, it's out there.
I think what we're talking about here is the alchemy of history. History has been alchemically affected. History has been the product of alchemy. And the alchemy of history has happened through the
change
of our minds, and the propaganda and the brainwashing and the removing of the ability to read and write during some phase of our history, forcing us to go into a line of stupidity. And so there's been a lot of alchemical effects on our society and on our knowledge and on our history, to the point where we are here picking the bones of yesterday, trying to figure out what on earth is going on, because none of the numbers add up. None of them make sense.
How do we get back to the root of it all?
If I could do a quick, I second that. If we could pivot real quick, I think that this would be an interesting point to go into. These are some passages that I found that are highly esoteric on alchemy, and I myself struggled to really grasp what they were getting at, but I wanted to share it with you guys and get your insights. So it starts with, harmonize your inner lead and mercury to produce the elixir. Whether big or small, there is no harm. Both areas are quite safe. If you wonder what true lead may be, it is the moonlight shining every day on the Western River. Before you have refined the reverted elixir, do not enter the mountains, since on the mountains, in and out, there is no lead for you. Rather, the supreme treasure is in everybody's home. It's just that folk are ignorant and never recognize it. When bamboo breaks, use bamboo to repair it. To hatch a chicken, use an egg. To match up a different species is a waste of effort. Much better add to your spiritual potential with true lead. And then next, the white tiger in the eastern mountains begin to go wild. The green dragon in the eastern sea is no match for him. Both beasts interlock and fight hard to the death. They turn into a mass of purple golden frost. On the peak of Sacred Flower Mountain, the male tiger roars. At the bottom of Sun Mulberry Ocean, the female dragon howls. The matchmaker on the center spontaneously knows how to join them together. They become husband and wife, sharing the same core. When the half moon rises bright over the horizon and you hear the dragon howl, the tiger roar, immediately apply your mind well to cultivate these two for 8 more cycles. Within an hour, you can see the elixir take shape inside. And then lastly, then one must activate the water wheel, or the microcosmic orbit. That is, connect the governing vessel along the, gotta take a breath. Connect the governing vessel along the center line of the back with the conception vessel along the center line of the torso. This is done by circulating ki up the back and down the front of the body, so that the body becomes an integrated energetic whole, so that one activates the Taoist subtle body. Through this process, in concert with the cultivation of stillness, one becomes spiritually integrated and transformed in being. And that's all.
That's quite a lot to take on board. I'll start by saying this. We started with lead and mercury, and that they are safe. What are we talking about here? What does
male and female?
Lead? Yeah, on one level, although mercury represents androgyny in a form that can take either male or female aspects. For the old Mercurius had breasts and lady bits and a man bits. Total potency and total potential for women as well. But the lead being led down the path of time. So lead relates to Saturn, relates to the formative contract of time. And when we apply Mercury, we are both studying and contemplating and considering the path of time. So I think it's telling us that you need to really meditate on the entirety of your life. You need to build construct a timeline from your birth to your death, to understand the nature of your time, your past and your future. And in order to be able to climb up the mountain, you need to know who you are. And in order to know who you are, you need to know what led you here. And what led you here is time. And time has shaped you in your 5-pointed star of Mercurius to become the Mercury, that transforming agent in the alchemy of being. So it's also stating that these two, when they're compounded within each other, are safe. So when you apply Mercury to the lead, it's safe. This is obviously an alchemical as above, so below principle, because it's talking about making a something that's going to make the white gold. And the white gold we all know about. You eat the white gold, there's monatomic filaments actually align inside the DNA, and the DNA starts to revolve around the Philharmonic single strands of white gold. But it structures the DNA, and then the DNA won't break down, so you won't have the aging in the same way. And obviously it brings a mass to the DNA, which is a resonance frequency, which opens one to the spiritual powers. The ancient Egyptians were quite into this, the white gold, the manna from heaven that they were eating. So at some point it must have rained white gold from the heavens. There must have been some kind of a reaction with a meteorite or something that caused white gold, ash, to fall from the skies. It could have been a volcano. Anyway, people were eating this stuff. So this is how I've understood it. So these principles of the contemplating the timeline seem to be prerequisite. And so in all the Western schools and in the Eastern schools and traditions, you really need to consider your past. You really need to practice the art of remembrance, which is remembering where you've been. And because that way you've had all the lessons of Mercury given to you. You've had all the lessons given to you in life, you just haven't seen them. And so if you go back in time, you can find all the lessons that will make your future make sense. And when you harmonize these two elements, you'll be ready to climb the mountain because you'll have enough self-knowledge. I think that's what the first phrase is sort of hinting at. There's obviously more to it. I'll step aside for someone else to add.
Isn't it absolutely crazy how that very same principle of just learning the inside of yourself, learning how to heal some of your past traumas or to use them to guide you forward in a more positive manner was like the basis of Dianetics, and then it got turned into such an I won't call it absurd thing, but absurd thing. I find that we've taken so many things like the inner alchemy, the learning what's there, learning how to change it in a positive way and move it forward into something more pure or better or more valuable, or however you want to word it, is such a lost thing. Now people just get stuck in this rut of basically they put themselves into an autopilot mode, and I feel so bad watching like some of my family members. I'm like, dude, you got to take a vacation, you got to breathe, you got to find yourself again, because you're becoming not you. You're losing your humanity and going into these, basically, I want to call it autopilot every day, going to work at a factory, doing the same thing over and over, coming home, take shower, rinse, and repeat, and they have no time for self-introspection. They have no time for inner alchemy, no time for learning, correcting, and moving forward, and they get stuck in a cycle. And I think we've all just got to recognize that and, try to bring that knowledge out there. Make more people aware.
Ash, you brought that down to earth in such a powerful way. Thank you for that.
No problem. Thank you.
There was a lot more that you were saying, Libelam, about these climbing the mountain. The mountain represents quantum jumping. In my mind, it represents going into another land. It could be a juxtaposition representing the underworld in another tradition. For going onto the mountain is going into a foreign place, which is relating to danger, but giving you the perspective that you can see long and far, but yet being separate to the world while being able to see the world and be in the world as a concept. So I think it relates to a portal to the higher dimensions. And so we then start to speak about these tigers. These three tigers represent the three aspects of ourselves, I would say. They represent your id. And your id is a reflection of the moon, which is a reflection of your subconscious forces, which is governed by the hypothalamus and the pituitary. And digestion and hunger and appetite and sexual appetite and tiredness, dreaminess, dreams, are all the sphere of the id, are all the sphere of yeshut in Kabbalistic terms, are all the sphere of the causal principle becoming generation from a Hermetic perspective. For the generation of the moon is what produces the cycles that we are all living within life, which is a reflection of the dynamic principle of rhythm, which you could say is Saturn's hallmark, because rhythm involves, as the trident suggests, it involves the past and the future, and the movement from the past to the future as a rhythmical pulse. So there's quite a lot there with the three dragons representing, first, getting in tune with your lower id nature and being able to transmute it. And then the second dragon is when you have transmuted your subconscious forces, you then have to transmute your conscious forces, which you could consider as an extension of the astral plane, which will relate more to the solar fire, the projection of me, I. What is it I want? You then have to master your egocentric consciousness as a persona, which is worn as an expression of the solar plexus, the solar fire. And after transforming the second dragon, which they say is the green dragon, I believe, which makes a lot of sense, because I see the green dragon as representing time, as representing Saturn, as representing the solar plexus of construction, of contraction, the contracting, taking things down to their smallest denominator so that nutrition can be contracted into your body. And obviously the final dragon would represent the dragon of aspiration, which is that fundamental life and death principle of being able to sacrifice the self, surrender completely. So it seems that these three principles are going to be with us wherever we go, whether we go in one tradition or another tradition. I think that's what the trident represents, these three principles. And these three principles are held on a shaft, which is essentially Hermes' shaft, but it's a shaft of the underworld. And so it embodies these three principles. And these three principles are necessary for the transmutation to occur. And it is only once the transmutation has occurred that this then becomes the staff of Hermes, where the serpents have been put in place. They are well positioned. They aren't wild, they aren't flailing, they know their place. The serpents of energy, of the Ida and the Pingala, are both ingrained. And so you could see these three principles as the one serpent on the caduceus, the other serpent, and the staff, which produces the singularity of magnetic force overlaying the principle of magnetism and electric principles, so that the electric and the magnetic can become an extension of electromagnetism.
Hermes himself went through a alchemical transformation, if you will. He was bound to a tree with Aphrodite Hermes and Aphrodite, bound by a serpent to a tree, became hermaphrodite. So, here's the crazy thing that I look at that with is the similarity with that to Odin being hung on the tree. He basically sacrificed himself for Scyther magic, which is the magic and the knowledge of women. And it is a very feminine form of magic, according to a lot of macho people. So I find that comical in itself. But why would he do that and give such a bad example for us all? And why would he leave a tale of it for us if we, weren't supposed to know that? Anyways, he was also bound to a tree and was bound to the magic of women. So I think this transformation is in a lot of our lore and a lot of our tales. And I think it all stems from something very real that did happen. And when we can finally get the real texts and the real history of it all, because I have a feeling one day there's just going to be some giant cache of information that is discovered in a cave or somebody's 1982 Ford in a storage unit that gets auctioned off or something that's going to basically rewrite the history of humanity. Because there's so many things that don't add up, that we're all looking at it from different cultures, different religious perspectives, and going, okay, we can see that this needs to change and this needs to change and this is why this is unhealthy. And we all have common agreement on that. But it's the root of it, and everybody's like, no, this is how it started, or no, this is where it came from. So, I mean, I think we're all literally looking at the same thing, heading in the same direction, and a lot of us have the same values towards it, same beliefs, but some people have been just programmed to deny. I don't know how we get to a point where we can get our magic back without the actual knowledge of it, not an abridged version or a heavily translated or distilled version.
I think that we're going to find that information might not be so far away. You just have to go as far as Rome. Maybe in the catacombs of the Catholic Church, you're going to find it all waiting for us.
I've heard there's some pretty big churches in Greece that might be holding a lot of information too, and a place in America where this Smith's son Ian lives.
So, guys, when are we breaking into the Vatican?
Let's just start petitions over and over and over for the release of all of it. Maybe if we can get like a third of the planet into it, they'll finally do it.
I don't know what Kalal, did you have anything to say, Kalal? I mean, I think it's all within us. I think all the knowledge is waiting to be discovered, and it's knowing the numbers.
Well, the Vatican has released a large amount of its archives to the public for the last 20 years, but much like the Freedom of Information Act, most people don't read and pay attention.
They did, but a lot of it's censored.
I'm sorry, say it again.
They did, but a large portion of it, Khalil, has been, what do you call, redacted, where they've released a lot of it and like a third of the page is blacked out.
It depends on your avenues. If you're going through a government, that's going to be the case. If you're going through a church, that's never going to be the case. So I'm sorry. What were you saying before, Franklin?
I was saying that the knowledge is already carved inside of us in the form of numbers.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Well, we have to get logical and spiritual at the same time and ask a very simple question. Where were all of these books before they were written? Where were all of these libraries before they were archived? They were in the ether, right? We have this idea that we have 4 elements when we only have 1, which is ether. Slowed down, it looks like that is in 4 elements, right? 4 different stages. That is perception. That is what we're ultimately talking about here when we're talking about alchemy. Information is going to use any vessel it has, just like spirit will. Everything has a spirit. Everything does not have a soul. So things have to be transmuted and things have to be channeled, things have to be alchemized. So the information will always present itself when it is needed. The teacher will always appear when the student is ready. But we have to individually know how to tap in before we can ever begin to imagine it collectively. The energy has changed from the 20th century to the 21st. By that end, 19 is the number of bad karma, right? So if you look at our previous century, you can understand why we had such a lockstep when it came to information. Now, with the two, the feminine energy, the frequency is being softened. We're now in the 2020s. That is compounding. Just look at last year and juxtapose that next to the alphabet movement, right? And you can kind of begin to make sense of what I'm saying. So information, we're really just now into the Aquarian age, which is the age of knowledge. In order to get to any sort of utopia, we're going to have to examine the bullshit first, and it's ugly because everyone has been lied to. Everyone is still believing as opposed to knowing. So we have to first question beliefs, and that shit's gonna hurt. And we got to say, fuck your feelings.
And that's seeing a lot of people black-pilled. And that's, I like I said, I've watched a lot of people just start to tap into it. They'll get one piece of knowledge that contradicts something they've thought their whole life, and they're like, I can't do this, man. And you could tell that they were interested in it. They were genuinely interested in it, but something broke in their mind that turned them off to it, and they were just ran. So it's not, I don't think it's something that everybody can handle knowing. I don't think it's not to just rip it off. You know what I mean? Like, some people would have to come into this knowledge and this understanding so subtly and so slowly that it didn't just shatter their entire psyche. Or maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Like, we're in such a new age right now. It's so really hard to tell. And sorry, Khalil, about interrupting you before, but like, I went to go look into the Vatican records, trying to find some history on the Etruscans, and gotten pages that were so heavily redacted. And I'm like, why would you redact historical writing? Like, I don't understand that.
I think they have no right to. It's really a crime for them to be doing that.
I completely agree, but the reason that they do it is because the families that are listed in those tomes don't know who they are. And they don't know that if they only claimed their material, they would have to stop. This is why you have, I think I mentioned yesterday, you have certain porn companies who actually own certain rights to different Bibles, right? So when it comes to religious documents, religious texts, this is why travel is so important. When you look to Timbuktu, when you look to Benin, when you look to Iran, when you look to, believe it or not, some of France's records. Remember, France has 6 million skulls and femurs or skeleton bones buried underneath the
Catacombs.
And no one seems to ever ask the question of, where these 6 million so-called Jews went from the so-called Holocaust, when the Holocaust of the Congo under King Leopold II was 10 times at least worse and actually happened, as opposed to some of these other things that we're not even allowed to question when we go abroad. We can speak about it here in the West to a certain degree, but you'll be shunned and you'll be this and that.
Oh, yeah.
But the information is there. I recommend David Ewing Jr.'s books. He's up to book 21, and he has a lot of that information.
What was that again? What was the name of that again?
David Ewing Jr. He has he always uses the main title of Tartaria, but he has books titled Fake Monuments, Illuminati Codes, Mud Flood, Transvestigation, on and on and on. All of his books you can download for free from my Telegram.
Okay.
Quinn, and hello, Quinn. Quinn brought up an interesting point about the Philosopher's Stone, and I sort of mentioned it in brief about the manna falling from heaven. And this is quite an interesting, this technology I think we used to have, this form of alchemy we did know, which is to be able to take gold and turn gold into its monatomic gold, and to extract from gold this white substance, which is being called the Philosopher's Stone, which has an interesting effect on gravity from what the research can say. It seems to change the specific mass of objects. It somehow moves the way in which the electrons phase through the different orbitals, producing a difference in terms of magnetic effects, which are quite profound. So when we wonder like how the pyramids were built, right? If one did have the Philosopher's Stone, the white gold, one would be able to manipulate the mass and weight of those huge pieces of rock.
Yeah.
Around as if they made nothing.
I was just thinking that very same applied principle. You would be able to shrink something down, remove the blank space, the voids within it, make it super small, and then think about the tales of the ant people by the Native Americans, right? How they would put their head or hand against the stone and they would basically sink into the stone. Right? Now there's multiple tales of different groups throughout the world, even in like the Celtic mythology and stuff about the little dwarfs and fae folk just disappearing into the side of a rock or a mountain or a boulder. And you got to think, like, if we have this tale all over the place, we must have lost that science at some point. That, like, maybe at one point there were multiple groups that had that ability, and we saw it all over the place, but we just lost it. I think that is the coolest application of alchemy that I could possibly imagine.
That's
and
going to
like you
become
said,
commonplace.
sorry, Cole, I'll continue.
I'm sorry. That's going to have to become commonplace when it comes to the nature of perspective, because if we think all pyramids started in Egypt and Africa, in Northeast Africa, we're going to have an issue, because we know that we have much older pyramids all across the realm. If we know that every single culture had some kind of dragon mythology, some kind of, then we can begin to look at pseudoscience shit like dinosaurs and kind of understand what was actually going on. You mentioned the Smithsonian earlier. The Smithsonian doesn't acknowledge anything before 1492. We have to ask why. And we have to understand that forbidden archaeology, along with forbidden alchemy, are much needed staples that we have to shine a light on again.
Going back to what we were talking about a little bit ago about the sorry, I lost my train of thought a little bit, but going to how I was going to follow up on that. The evocational path is, I remember. The evocational path is something that is so esoteric. People often think a lot of it's contrived, and when they hear these kind of like descriptions of deities and of energies and essences, they think that it's something philosophical, but that's not the case. What I've noticed is that in the evocational path, that kind of essence, that kind of energetic nature dances with form, it dances with perceptions, it dances with the will itself. And so tying back to what we were talking about, these truths are something that are within us very much. And so I think that it just requires a lot of transformation of self.
And it seems we've reached the point that somebody mentioned about the phoenix or the phoenix. And I'd like to look at the word first. Phone, phone. This has got to do with vocalization, vibration, sound, letters, words, which is to do with the power to transform. And the power to transform is bound in the power of the word, which is why all magic is spoken as a word. And it doesn't need to be spoken to the outer ear, it can be spoken to the inner ear, because we can speak inside our heads. It's a more advanced form of chanting, actually. So the sound quality of the nature of the word as the structure of sacred geometry, and when somebody touched on this, I think it was yourself, Josh, that touched on it earlier. When we speak about sacred geometry and music, it was before Plato's time. It was the ancient Greeks that came up with the musical scale, which is a mathematical scale based on triangles, really, and geometry. And so that's where the 432 comes from. And all of the numbers, like 180, right, 90, 360, 720, all of these numbers are very important. And this has got to do with particular frequencies, and they relate to the geometries of sound. And so this was well known, the way in which the geometry of sound manifests the sacred geometry. Now the phoenix, what is the phoenix? The phoenix represents that aspect of the self which becomes destroyed and renewed. And so in the process of enacting these vibrational formula, in order to produce a shift in consciousness or a transformation of sorts, there is an instantaneous death of sorts that is instantaneously accompanied with a rebirth of sorts on the inner planes that represents what this phoenix represents as the power of words to change. And I'll give you an example. If somebody tells you that you're awesome and you're amazing, those words will crush your insecurity, and your insecurity will die where it stood. And in the place where your insecurity dies, there will be born a sense of accomplishment and confidence just by a few words spoken to you. In the same way, if somebody tells you that you're bad and you're no good and you're useless, your confidence will be crumpled and will die and will be replaced by fear and doubt, self-doubt. And so the power of words are such incredibly powerful things to create personal death and rebirth. So the phoenix relates to this principle of change as it is, and it does actually all revolve around the word. So I think that back to the discussion that you brought up about where can we find this knowledge, I think the knowledge is hidden in plain sight. It's in the words. It's in understanding what the words mean, how they're used, and how they shape our consciousness. And once we really start to, as Kalal pointed out earlier, start to decode and start to really smash the codes of words open and notice, hey, these words are just combinations of numbers, and the numbers are numerations of being. Then we can get to the point that Libalam was mentioning earlier, which was those 3 dragons. And I think those 3 dragons represent the ride, the process of the phoenix. The process of being one dragon, the process of becoming the dragon that dies in order to be reborn as the 3rd dragon, which is the greatest dragon of all 3. So these 3 dragons are sort of the 3 embodiments of the phoenix. And these 3 embodiments can be seen in the crone, the queen, and the princess as the 3 aspects of the goddess from various different pagan traditions. They can be seen as the 3 aspects of, I mean, you look at the Mahakali, and you look at the Parvati, and you look at the Shakti, right? So you've got the Shakti, the Mahakali, and the Parvati. You've got the same structure in every tradition where you look at it, where you've got the young goddess, the mature goddess, the old crone going into death state. And so these 3 represent the turning of the proverbial wheel. Now, I know that Kalal's had a lot to say about the wheel in the past. Obviously, the wheel is quite important. So we're looking at Jupiter here, Deus Iter in Vedic cosmology, Jupiter from the Romans, or Zeus from the Greeks. And we still have this name, Eosius, right? Now, the Eosius is this permutation of putting the fire in the middle of the tetragrammaton. So the tetragrammaton you can consider as a deconstructed name of Eosius. Because when you take this out of the name, you've got Eoer, right? So it's quite interesting. Oh, and the Z, there's a very interesting concept of how certain sounds have changed over time. And I've noticed different versions of Hebrew that express this quite interestingly. Like, for example, the final letter, which we see as the T cross, the Taf, has been expressed in certain traditions as an S, as a hissing sound, which is very interesting because it goes back to very old Greek directions, where the final part of the name is residing as an S, which gives it the power of the serpent, the power to change. And the serpent represents this process of molting the skin to grow, to change. So on one hand, you've got the phoenix. On the other hand, you've got the serpent. And the serpent has to basically become completely vulnerable when it sheds its skin in order to grow. So the serpent is sort of like on the path towards becoming that which can die. But it's only halfway there. It's not dying, it's becoming vulnerable. And I think that these steps of getting closer to the point of being able to embody what the phoenix, the phone, the sound, the names, which can take us to the crux, this X in the middle, to produce that spinning wheel of Ganesha, which is that instrument of change through which the Ganes operates and manifest the forms of our bodies and our minds and our consciousness. It produces all of this. There's definitely a confluence here between these principles, and the phoenix seems to be at the heart of it. And also, an interesting thing about the phoenix is it's been so used by all the media companies, television, film. I don't know, I'd love to hear more people picking up on how the alchemy is being used specifically in terms of its symbolism.
Look at rising from the ashes. I mean, you have something that was turned to nothing, and then is brought back to something again. So you have a total transformation of body and spirit into ash, and then back into body and spirit. I think that there's an alchemy in that itself. There's a group of people, and we use the word gypsy, and I just wrote an article on Substack not too long ago about the gypsies and the actual origin of the Rom, and the Romani people. They got the name Romani and gypsy, but they are neither Romanian nor Egyptian. They actually came from the area of Delhi or Punjabi and Kashmir. And they went on vast migrations that their people had been doing for tens of thousands of years. The first groups were known as the Aryans, later groups were known as the Gypsies, but they all came from the same area. And they migrated all the way across Europe, and some of them migrated all the way back. And they continued. They were travelers, singers, artists, but they got so many different names as they traveled, and people would see them and assume, well, they have darker skin, so they must have come from Egypt. And that's where they got the name Gypsy. So it's a really vague history on it, but those people have gone through such a vast transformation. I mean, that is a inner alchemy in itself. I mean, look at the change that they went through from being, I guess they were freed slaves from what the history says, and they didn't even want to stay in the area because they feared being re-enslaved, so they just migrated. And now I know that wasn't the case for the Aryan migrations earlier, so I don't know about the writing of the history of it, but we know the people from that area had migrated across to Europe and back several times. But they brought so much change with them when they went, because it was like a 500-year journey from one side to the other and back. So it's not like something that people would do with one generation. They would settle in different areas, travel, do all kinds of different things, and they would pick up bits of the culture, and they would leave bits of their culture behind. And I think it was those people that shared the Sanskrit all the way across Europe, because their everything was based on Sanskrit. And I mean, their migrations brought it from one side of Europe to another, and then 1,000, 2,000 years later did it again, and then another 5,000 years later did it again. So I think that's where we get the dispersal of the Sanskrit into all of that. But look at that group of people now. They are definitely not the same, but they are the same. You know, they're a perfect example of a people that rose from the ashes, and they were able to hold on to all of their principles and everything, but their lifestyle has changed with time, and they have evolved and permuted, if you will. You know, so I think there's a lot of examples how the alchemy of the inner self is portrayable and seeable in modern society and modern day. Now it's just grabbing a hold of our own version of that and running with it.
It's funny that you mentioned the gypsies. I fell in love with Rajasthan. I spent years of my life in Rajasthan. It's the beautiful place. It's the deserts. But you can track the gypsy origin through the music. And there's a wonderful, I'm going to try and find that. Damn it, man, I must have it in one of my external hard drives. There's a wonderful piece that was done, which is a documentary tracking the gypsy music from country to country to country, all the way to Spain. What a piece of work. And you can literally see the culture of the music. You don't need to read it in a book. You can read it by the music and the music and the music and the music and the music. And you can see the similarity to some of the music in Spain as it actually comes from its roots. And Rajasthan is next to Pakistan. And that, as you say, it's got a Gujarati element to it as well, right across India. And the gypsies, interesting. Now, in India, now this is something that I would probably add. This is very important for the alchemy of knowledge. There are many carvings that show, and it's very clear, that show the Indian doctors and masters of the law and the Egyptians coming with their ankhs, and that they were somehow trading knowledge in ancient times. So India had a particular set of knowledges, which was to do with medicine. And according to these diagrams you can read on the walls. And the Egyptians had the knowledge of architecture. They were like the masters of architecture. Or when I'm saying Egyptian, it's the wrong word, okay? But I'm using that word because we're talking about the land of Chem, the Chemians, actually. We're going to be specific. I say Egyptian so that most people can understand what we're talking about, like what sort of cultural people. Where that land of Chem is still going to be questioned. We think we know where Egypt is. I think the land of Chem in Egypt is just one of the outposts. I think the Americas is really where everything starts. The Americas is really some fundamental chunk of history that's being glossed over. But these gypsy people, and here's an interesting point, Hitler went after them primarily. There were more of the gypsies. He decimated a huge percentage of the European population of gypsies. And it was like he was going after the Jewish people, but he was really going after the gypsies. So we speak about the 12 tribes, right? What tribe of the Jews was he going after? And we see that there's the Levite tribe. Now, I believe that the Levite tribe, what's being spoken of in the Jewish writings, is the story of the gypsies that traveled and roamed the world.
You know, there is another tale that's been told for thousands of years, that when the sacking of the Temple of Delphi happened, the gypsies just so happened to be in that area, and they became the guardians of the Oracle of Delphi. She traveled with them. Now, they went throughout troops of gypsies from the different families, the Ramanashal and all the different larger groups, and they were looking for, I think, the Oracle of Delphi when they were trying to alleviate that oracle, I guess. So that's a very, I guess, speculative, because it's all just in like oral tradition, but I've not seen it written in detail or factually anywhere. But that's a very curious thing to add into that. I mean, or to consider.
There's a little bit more when it comes to the idea of Hitler and him going after people, because Hitler didn't come into power until the late 1930s. but you can look at the genocide of particular people, specifically melanated people, from 1890 to 1945, and none of that adds up. Especially when you look at the fact that the majority of the film we got with so-called Hitler in it came from Hollywood. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's speculative. A lot of it is a lot of it. Like I said, we have to like take everything with a grain of salt. So that makes it rough to even research anything like that now, you know, because you don't know what's been so hyper propagandized. Makes everything a little bit harder to get through when trying to sort out the truth of it all. Did we lose Bush Whisper? Is everybody else still here, or did the whole feed drop?
I'm still here. It sounds like Bush Whisperer might just be out for a second.
Okay, because there went from being a little bit of background noise to just dead silence.
I don't have a lot to comment on the history, but what I do have to say is that you guys really opened my mind up to how the spread of culture is a lot like the spread of language, and a lot of the times we like to think about culture as just station, like how you brought up kind of how people associate a lot of or people put extra kind of emphasis on the location of Egypt, like what we know as Egypt today, when it's like Egypt was a place with a lot of commerce. There was a trade of ideas, and so that's very, very fascinating. Thank you for sharing that, guys.
Yeah. Well, even Atlantis, like everybody thinks Atlantis was just like one central island in the middle of the Atlantic, but we know that Atlantis was the kingdom of King Atlas, and he had a vast kingdom. It wasn't just an island in the middle of the Atlantic. He had land in North Africa. He had land in Southern Europe. He had land all over the place. This dude owned part of, I guess, Bermuda at one point, right? So yeah, that's a the spread. I think like you said about language, we can look at the language and tell a lot about how the spread happened. I mean, there's a lot to that in itself. And the alphabet, like look at the Phoenician alphabet next to Sanskrit writing and Germanic runes. And it's almost a perfect blend in the middle of the two. It's you can see how it was just kind of a flow, an evolution of a slowly changing alphabet over different regions. And it's kind of remarkable because like you look at the Phoenician people and Baal, and Baal went through an alchemical transformation. He died and was reborn. Now Balder in the Germanic faith went through the same thing, and he literally came back, I guess, fought in Ragnarok and was one of the only gods that survived it. But he went through the full transformation of, I guess, losing his physical form, going down in spirit form, and then coming back and being reborn in the body again. And we have these same tales from all these different religions. Maybe this is something that actually happened and we all just give it a different name. I think the difference that's happened over time, people ascribe so much value to the difference, when if they looked at the similarity, they would find far more value. That's what I was trying to get to, the point. I'm sorry.
I think that's a much bigger point you're making about humanity. That if we start looking at the similarities between all of our different cultures and our different races and our different ideologies and our different religions and our different, whatever you want to call it, we'll notice we're actually far more the same than what we are different. So you do bring up a very interesting point, and this does sort of tie back into those three dragons which is still haunting me. Libalam, you brought up some beautiful text. I can't remember half of what you read because it was like quite a chunk to digest. But those three dragons have imprinted themselves on my mind. And so those three dragons, I think we need to face them. I think we need to look at them. You know, the idea of death as being three phases. The idea of transformation as becoming three things, which is an interesting concept, phase by phase, and the way in which everything works in threes.
Three dragons. You kept saying that, and after he said it, it's been haunting me also. And I kept seeing this thing with three legs, and there's a dragon leg, and there's three of them, and it's in almost a wheel. The Isle of Man flag. Look at the Isle of Man flag. Can you bring a copy of that up, or a picture of that on the screen? It looks like a triple dragon leg. There's a crown, and then there's a crow and a falcon, I think. There's been several variations of it. I think it might be the Isle of Man crest, like the armament crest that I'm thinking of. It's one of the two, but it's got the triple dragon leg, a crow, a falcon, and a crown, and it rotates. And it just, you're saying the three dragons and the transformation and the rotation, and that's where I associated that. That was what was bugging the hell out of me. God, I wish I had my laptop instead of my phone. Isle of Man coat of arms. I think you're muted, man. Bush Whisperer, you're muted.
Very sorry. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I haven't found a very good version of the image. But what I will do is I'll stick it in here into the chat so everybody can take a look at it. And it is essentially three legs. It's very interesting. It's basically the cross, the spinning cross of Ganesh, but it's three legs. Leg, leg, leg. It's called legging it.
But if you look at the way they're bent, it's not a bird's leg, because a bird's leg is bent in the opposite direction, its knee, right? And it's a serpent leg. It's clawed also. You're
right. Well, this one has got shoes on it, but the shape of the shape of the turning has to be a serpent leg. Has to be like a lizard, which is really interesting. I never really considered that before. That is fundamentally fascinating if you get right down to it, because it's like a spot sticker in a sense, but there is definitely a lizard element to this. And okay, so I'm going to speak about South Africa for a moment. Indica, my darling. Oh, she's got a few fleas. It's a change of season. I'm going to have to give her those blooming tablets. Okay, my darling. Yes. In South Africa, we've got the Sangomas from different traditions. We've got the Utboigas, we've got the Inyamas. So these are the local shaman. And from what I can deduce from the local shaman, the local tradition speaks about, what are they called? Chiniki? No, I'll try and remember the name, but they speak about the lizard beings as being our forefathers, as being the ones that created us. Chiturga, something like that, Chiturga. Some name like that sounds similar to that. I'm probably not saying it that well. Are the ones that were according to ancient African legends, the creators of us. And these were lizard beings. And the Dogon people have star maps for them, you know. I think that the British and the John Cecil Rhodes, right, that crew, they got to Africa and they were going to make sure to get rid of all the information, and they missed the Dogons. They missed a couple of caves, right? They forgot to get hold of them, blast those caves, get rid of the information, and so it was forgotten there. But so the Dogon people also have a similar story about the lizard people as being our forefathers. And so that Isle of Man is sort of pointing back at that. And it's very interesting because when you look at the Vedic story, you've got the story of the Nagas. And Nagaland to this day, by the way, is where you find a very strange form of alchemy. It's where human sacrifice has been practiced to the latest, for the longest, and it's also where there has been cannibalism for the longest. In fact, to this day, Nagaland is where you can find cannibals on Earth. Most of the cannibalism is what we can call, how do you call it, gentle? Because it's normally involving people dying and people eating their relatives, and people eating their teachers, their gurus, their brains, different parts of the brain, specific. And now we're talking about what we were talking about earlier, how the pineal and the pituitary gland operate, the thalamus and the hypothalamus, and the fundamental structures of these. And so it's a practice to eat this, but there has been other forms of cannibalism in Nagaland. And in the Aboriginal lands, in New Zealand, there were islands off New Zealand's coast towards Americas, halfway between New Zealand and Americas, where they found lots of histories of these tall red-haired giants that had come and settled there. And they found all of these skulls and bones which had obviously been eating. So there had been cannibalism. Right. And a lot of these cannibal cults seem to point at lizards as part of their stories and their worship.
The Native Americans had exact same tales of the Seteca in the Western U.S., but there were distinctly two groups of these giants. There was the group that were regal and very kingly, knowledgeable. They built huge stone structures. They lived in a very civilized way. And then there was the group that lived in caves. They cannibalized other beings of human origin, and they weren't civil. They didn't communicate. They didn't coagulate into societies. They were basically predators. And in Germanic mythology, you have the same tale of the Jotun, right? You have the Jotun, the Jotunar, and Odin himself was one of the Jotun. They came from basically the Arctic. One of the long winters happened. The ice bridge called the Bifrost happened. They came over it. Some of the giants that came were civilized. They stayed. They formed societies in a better climate, and they lived there for thousands of years. But they protected that bridge from the giants that were cannibals from coming over. So you've got the same dynamic like everywhere. So like that you say that was in New Zealand?
It wasn't in New Zealand, but the redheads from New Zealand were being tracked because there's a redhead, very tall Aboriginal, part of the Aboriginals of New Zealand. A lot of them are tall and redhead. And so there were people tracking them and their tales and their stories. And so between New Zealand and America, there were islands where they actually found the remnants of these ancient stories of these bones in caves. And there were stories attached to tales relating to how one group of giants had come to help the humans slay the giants in the caves.
Huh.
See? Yes.
How about that?
Yes, and it actually connects to the Native Americans.
And the telling of Odin and Asgard helping protect from the Jotun. Odin was a giant. He was Bor's son, Buri Bor's son. So like they were all Jotun. They came over. Loki was a Jotun. Many of the Aesir were Jotun. Not all, but many. Now that same tale. I mean, that it's literally they came over here and they helped protect against the ones that were coming over to basically brutalize people. Then in the U.S. you have the Nahulo that were the regal ones, and then the Seteka who were the cannibals, and the Lovelock Caves. They have the hair and the moccasins and everything. They pulled like I think if they said it was equivalent to like a size 28 moccasin or something. So we know there were some big beings in there.
I've noticed that you can look at some photographs from the 1700s and blow your mind. Like,
Oh yeah.
And pictures, or is it photographs? There are images from the 1700s and photographs from the early 1800s. I think from when the cameras were first being developed. And you can see, like, even in Europe in the early 1800s, there were people with very different sizes. There are many of these photographs out there that haven't been doctored. And you just look at a photograph, like, you can see, like, in the background, there's, like, you know, you can see you're basically in France. There's that huge, you know, structure. And you can see the size of people. And you're looking at this and you're going, well, there's a 9-foot bloke. There's someone that looks like they're 4 foot. There's the average height of people. And there's this huge discrepancy of height in people. And there's so many of these photographs, and they're not that old, of people. And it's not just deformities. I mean, what happened to these giants? How were they bred out? How did we get rid of them so fast?
Benjamin Buckland, the story in the United States of America, in the colonial U.S., I think it's the Battle of Nine Men's Sorrow or Prince Philip's War. One of the two. There was an ambush that happened, and there was this kid that was part of this village in Rhode Island, over by I want to say it was Cumberland, Rhode Island. He was like 8'4". He was huge, and he was like 8'4", 400 pounds. And they said he was built like a what did they say? A logger, or built like a carpenter or something, insinuating that he had broad shoulders and he was well built, not a deformed, lanky, curled up person with like a pituitary disorder. So, I mean, we do have reference of it in modern, well, relatively modern history. And I think that right there is something that's been covered up. Look at the Denisovans. We know there was a pre-ancestral human group that outsized us by 3 feet in some cases. Now, there were several groups of Denisovans, but the Siberian ones, I said I wanted to get into that area. They were huge. So we know it existed. Why cover it up? It literally ratifies what the Bible says about giants and what several other books say. Why would they go through so much to hide this from us?
I think this is very important, and it really sheds light on where alchemy comes from. In order to understand alchemy, we want to understand its history. We want to understand where it came from. So the old tales are of the 200 egregori, which, if we consider life is a chain, and that there's a chain of beings through the dimensional structures of consciousness that are creating the chain through which we can exist. And that we exist, our bodies exist as a conglomeration of lots of cells, as a conglomeration of lots of little beings, as the little microbes that live between the cells, which outnumber our cells like 2 to 1. And so we are a huge conglomeration. And within this conglomeration, there's all these organs, which are separate beings that live together in harmony and cooperation in order for the consciousness of each organ and each archetypal state from each Godhead to come filtering through the chain of beings and the chain of life in order to come into being here in this physical body, for this consciousness to be able to manifest here as an aspect of the gods, as an aspect of God, as an aspect of full creation, this chain of being. And this was termed the Fika Oath in the most ancient documents that I've been able to find, which actually also do very interestingly speak about where the ruins came from and where the words came from and where the languages came from. And so the 200 beings, which is in Christian traditions called the egregori, took form. They broke away from the chain. And in breaking away from the chain of being, according to the Kabbalistic tradition, there was the fall of Adam Kadmon. The fall of Adam Kadmon was why the world became the way it is, destructured and restructured, re-alchemized. And these beings took form on earth, and according to the Bible, they took women because they couldn't reproduce, and so they had to practice reproducing with animals and women and mixing genetics. They had incredible knowledge in science, and so they started to recreate a race so that they could create progeny, so that they could create a timeline of incarnation and reincarnation, because it's a fundamental structure of being. So in order for this to happen, they had to use human genetics and animal genetics as well, which is rather interesting. Now, these beings brought with them the tablet, the Fikr Oath. They brought with them the knowledge of alphabets, the knowledge of writings, the knowledge of everything that we got on earth according to these ancient stories. And I actually did a wonderful talk of it, and I won't go into too much detail because it will become a 30-minute monologue, and I don't want to do that here. But there is a discussion, the creation of evil, which is actually exactly what this is about. Somewhere in my first series of 108 talks, it's in there. It's about 30 minutes, not that long. But anyway, to cut a long story short, these 200 beings then were overthrown. They made factions, and the factions were split up, and we have the names of Shamyaza, which was a fundamental player in turning the tides, and this is where these legends come from, of the giants splitting up. Now, alchemy came with these beings from the spiritual realities. They brought this alchemy and this knowledge to earth and taught us the Fikr Oath, taught us the Tetragrammaton, taught us words, taught us knowledge of spells, magic, and we started to propagate our own knowledge of magic from these beings, handing it to us. And they handed it to us as well as mixed their genetics with our gene pool of genetics. And this was what in the Bible, of course, the Nephilim angered God. There was this terrible fallout. That's where the alchemy came from. These were all giants. These 200 egregores that took form here on earth, they were giants. Now in the Vedas, they speak about the Devi coming from elsewhere, coming from the Devi Lokas, right? Coming here to take form. And then when they took form here, they were affected, and some of them became changed, alchemized by the nature of this world, and they turned into Asuras. And the Asuras were desperate to try and maintain their equilibrium of creation and live longer and have progeny, so they generated the Rakshas. But the Rakshas were known in Persian writings as the Yakshas, and in other parts of, even in the Romans, were speaking of the Yakshas, and the Persians were speaking of the Yakshas. In India, it's the Rakshas. The Rakshas were the race of giants. So in the Hebrew tradition, they speak about the Nephilim creating the Anakim. The Anakim is what it's called in the Hebrewic tradition, the giants. And in the giants, there were those giants that stood with humans and those stood against us. And David was legended to be a giant in some stories. So David, who was this King David? What his genetic lines? He had the superpowers of the giants. They had incredible powers, metaphysical occult powers. So I think when we're speaking about these gods, when we're speaking about these histories of these, it's all coming back to where did our alchemy come from? What is the source of this alchemy? How did we come upon this knowledge? It seems like it was brought to us and we were initiated into it. And so now it's a part of our soul structure. So that's why we're able to remember it through the process of self-remembrance. I don't know, I'd love to put that out there. Carlisle, anything to say? You've been quite quiet.
Alchemy is a royal art. It's the highest royal art. When people study mythology or religion of any kind, that should be one of the first things that jumps out at you. When we look at people like Solomon, we need to break that name down. We need to understand how it appears across all mythology and all culture. We need to, you know, if we just look at popular culture, you can look at Lord of the Rings and see Solomon, right? You can see him in Sauruman, right? Which is a play on that name. You can see him in Ahriman. You can see him in Gandalf, right? Because they reflect the same energy, one ring to rule them all. J.R.R. Tolkien had a lot of help when it came to that series, namely David Eddings, who gave you a much deeper mythology than even the Silmarillion did with the Belgariad and the Melorian. But you don't really hear too many people talk about that. It's very easy to see, but again, it's going to be a very, very rough patch coming out of this slumber. And those of us who know better have to be very specific examples of demonstrating a more universal code as opposed to a more patriotic tone.
Bravo, sir. I 100% agree with that, Chloe. That was awesomely worded. Fellas, I got to run. Got to attend to the kids and the dogs and the whatnots. It has been a pleasure. If anybody wants to find me, Tribe of the Greyhorn Pagans, greyhornpagans.com. You can find my books on Amazon. I'll share the links with Bush Whisperer. You can add them in later on. It's been a pleasure, Khalil, Franklin, everybody. I've had a wonderful time. Thank you, guys.
If you've got a moment, put the link into the public chat right now, and I'll flash it on the screen and I'll leave it up.
All right.
Peace and power. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. God bless you.
It's been an honor. Thank you, guys.
It's been an honor to have you.
Have a great day, Ash. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, sir. I've put them both back to. Oh crap! I got to put a space in there. I just put two links back to back with no space in them. Sorry about that, guys.
Did you put them in the private chat or in the comments?
StreamYard chat, I believe.
Okay, that's fine. It says server not found, but I'll stick the link in to our comments. So yes, you were saying, Carla, you were hitting on some beautiful. I'd love for you to expand upon that, if there is a way.
Well, popular culture gives us a lot. You know, it essentially tells all of these stories, but it tells them in such a jumbled, amalgamated way that it's kind of hard to pick out, you know, what's what and where did this come from, and you know, those kinds of things, because that's also on purpose. You know, they have to add to the confusion while they give you the answers to all these questions. If we look at something like Harry Potter, for example, people will take Harry Potter a certain kind of way for whatever reason. It's a children's story. Here in the West, they'll try to make fun of British people for whatever reason. My mother raised me on British literature and comedy, so I'm very thankful for that. But when you look at J.K. Rowling, it's very obvious to understand that she is a channeler. If she is not, then she knows somebody who is, because the entities that she uses and conjures are real. Whether it be the house elves or whether it be a phoenix named Fawkes. And I have to point out that name Fawkes because it's a very interesting name for a phoenix, especially given the history of Guy Fawkes, right? The gunpowder plot, November 5th, that V for Vendetta is based on, right? Supposedly. There's a reason for that. When you look at the names of spells, when you understand why Latin is the majority of the spells that you hear, they're trying to tell you something. This is all alchemy. When you change something from one form to another, you know, it's up to the observer to decode and to discern, but we cannot teach discernment. It's a staple. You can give examples you know, and hopefully someone can kind of look in the forest where this plant is growing, so to speak. But you can't just teach discernment. Alchemy is a wonderful way to truly begin that process, because we're talking about multi-dimensional things. We're talking about perspective. We're talking about the way you choose to look at something. Is that based on ego? Is it based on feeling? Is it based on knowledge? Is it based on all, or none of the above? Like, there's multiple ways to see a thing. There are as many ways to see a thing as there are people to see it. So how do we rise above that? Well, we literally rise above it with spirituality and get a bird's eye view. Now, if you make that bird the phoenix, I believe that that is quantified exponentially. And that is alchemy.
I was just thinking when you said the word discernment, because the urn represents death. It's where we put the ashes. And meant represents meaning, what is being meant. And also cement, how meaning ties conceptual to actual, to becoming. And so discernment is to remove the feature of death, which is interesting. And that's what the phoenix represents, removing death, because the phoenix can never die. So we're talking here about what is represented by Yeshua in the Christian tradition. Can never die, has been tried. We're talking about what our brother was talking about from the Germanic traditions, from the Norse traditions of Odin. Odin can't die because he's already died. So there's this concept of once you're dead, you can't be killed again. And overcoming death is obviously the fundamental purpose of alchemy. So it sort of points at just exactly what religion is. Fundamentally, it's a path of alchemical study and practice. And so discipleship is essentially this. Limulam, you mentioned that beautiful piece of phrase earlier. We haven't really gone back to it much. It's still haunting me.
Which phrase was that?
There's 3 tigers you read about. I can't stop. They're bugging me on the back of my neck. They keep whispering in my back of my neck, like there's something that we need to look at here with this phrase that Nibalam was reading. And I've got a feeling that it's going to reiterate exactly what we were just talking about now, what Kalal was sharing with us. That beautiful piece of alchemical writing that you shared with us, which relates to these 3 dragons, right? And the tiger. Is it the tiger? Yes, it's the tiger. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was thinking, with that white tiger part.
One of them was from China, I believe.
Huh? Oh, I was thinking with that white tiger part, it may have been talking about Jing, and then I was thinking the green dragon, maybe that's Chi, and then and then I may be going on the wrong track, but I was thinking when those are unified, how it was talking about bringing those 2 together, I was thinking maybe that has something to do with the central column and the Sushumna.
Bringing together that which is being born, that which is dying, and that which is living. Would that be an accurate way of putting it, phrasing it?
Yeah, I think so.
So it's exactly what Kalal was just talking about.
I would say yes. I would say yes, because we know that 3 is the ultimate magic number. And when you look at Freemasonry, for example, it doesn't truly have 33 degrees. It is said to have 33 degrees because of the number of vertebrae in your spine, right? And that's the levels or the steps you have to take to raise your sacred secretion back to your brain, right? But we know that that's not the full case, because you have the whole history of what we call Christ there, because it's the story of Christ rising. So you have Christ's birth, you have the first 12 years of his life that are purported, not really, but just up to the incident where he goes to the temple at high noon, where he's actually teaching the elders after he ran away from his parents, and then 18 years of his life just is not there. That's not true in the Gnostic text, but in the exoteric text, that is the case. In this much the same way, like you pointed out to disciples earlier, so Franklin, the 12 disciples of the 12 disciplines of the 12 cranial nerves, right, of the mind, that gives you the full crown, which gives you access to the seat of the soul, which is the pineal gland, where Jacob or Israel wrestled the angel or wrestled God at the top of Mount Peniel, right, which is a play on pineal, of course. This is all alchemy. They're all telling you the exact same story. But this is also why religion is taught, specifically Christianity, is taught from such a linear, literal perspective. Because if you begin to rise above that, then you're going to come into a whole world of information that's been in front of you the entire time.
Yeah, it's very interesting the way in which the early Christians, if we look at it, who had their and they weren't Christians, they were forced to use the name Christians. Even Yeshua, who was never called Yeshua, which is interesting, which is Jesus, Zeus. In Greek means praise. Zeus, praise to Zeus. Zeus is Deus Peter from the Vedic pantheon, which is same one and only. And we're talking about the first of the eons of the Gnostics, right? And from the Kabbalistic perspective, we're talking about Chesed, which is the first of the spheres coming into manifestation as a reflection of all three principles of unmanifest in order to bring love into being, mercy. So this is very interesting how a Gnostic process seems to have been hijacked by the Greeks that had taught everybody to speak Latin. And there's some powerful alchemy, huh? How's that for alchemy? So they created a new language which sounded like Greek, spoke like Greek, but had different meanings. They inducted all the people that they conquered to become part of their culture, only they were given a different language that had different meanings and would basically confuse them and befuddle them and dumb them down. While the true knowledge was hidden and kept in the hands of the Greeks, in the ancient Greek language. And so Latin says the same words as Greek, but has different meanings, much watered down. And so we can see that the original Bible was written in Greek, but read in Latin. There's certain issues there, isn't there? If you think about it fundamentally. Written in Greek, but read in Latin. And by a very clever group of people that designed Latin by the seam of it, in order to be able to subjugate all the people that they had conquered. Because they realized that to go and conquer everybody with war isn't productive financially. It's better to conquer their minds and their hearts and to give them false dreams of being part of something they're not really a part of. And where do we see this happening? And what is the story about the 1% and 99%? So that alchemy that started back there with language has been going on till now, and they've obviously hidden our language from us to an extent where we no longer even know that language has numbers, except for those of us that specifically have gone to look for it. But the average Joe on the street doesn't even realize, which is quite sad, that language is numbers. And it does bring us back to consider how the original Gnostic practitioners or disciples of Emmanuel, the true disciples, called themselves Jews. And it was the Romans that didn't like the fact that there were two different castes of Jews that were at war in their lands. And they were threatening to create a civil war. So they stepped in and they said, okay, you were Jews first. You say you are Jews that follow this guy. Well, why don't you just call yourself Christians? So that I think is where we can find the original alchemical change of the name of the original Gnostic practitioners that were actually the disciples of Yeshua. I don't know. How do you feel about that?
It's got me thinking about the Vatican again. I'm really thinking that they have I imagine a kind of decoding tool just in the oh, sorry, background noise. You guys can take over real quick.
I think
Yeah,
this is why
please carry
language.
on.
I'm sorry. I think this is why language is so important. You know, this is why etymology is so important, because when you, and this is why I focus on numerology, because it's the first language. When you study any particular system, you'll notice that there's always a root. When numbers have no root, they're literally the first language. So when you study numerology, you have to study language. Like they go hand in hand. So, well, what's the oldest language? Okay, well, that's going to be Sumerian. Oh, look, that happens to be one of the oldest stories, if not the oldest. So we can begin a wheel, not a linear chart, but a wheel, because we're going to have a lot of anomalies in this chart, in this wheel, in these names. We're not going to know where these people are, but their language is here. Where this culture is here, but its origin seems to be over here. Like a lot of that is on purpose. A lot of that is spiritual. Understand that, you know, I never want to give these powers that shouldn't be too much power, because they will spin doctor and claim anything just to create more confusion, when your natural spirit is going to lead you to what it is you need to know, and as well as how to sharpen your discernment. Etymology gets to the root. When you understand that languages have numbers, like Franklin was pointing out earlier, especially when it comes to Hebrew, when you understand that you can recalculate that in the same language with different ciphers and get different meanings. This is where the whole of the astrolabe came from. This is where the decoder ring came from.
Lovely, Kala, lovely point you made. I was just trying to get myself some water. And while you were talking, it made me think about some Aryans, or the sum of Aryans, all of the Aryans, some, or the sum of some, and Aryans, the Sumerians, and how the Vedas speak about the Aryan, and how the Aryan were the golden age. Yeah. And so the story of the Aryans and the Aryan, I think, is the story of the Sumerians. Does that make sense? And it's interesting how I think all humans came from Aryan stock. This is my point. And we lived in different places on the earth. And so we evolved down a completely different line. And there were the four fundamental structures that I think manifested into our forms and our bodies, differences. And it's quite interesting. I mean, you can imagine how, for example, there was a practice for people used to feed a certain kind of fertilizer to flowers to make them turn colors in England. I saw this in gardening programs. If you put this kind of fertilizer on your flowers, they will change colors and they'll become a different color, which is really interesting. So obviously it's got to do with the nutrients of the soil, of the land, as to changing the way our bodies form. But it does sort of bring us back to a root of culture where all humanity came from a single cloth, from a single coil, from a single form. And so this whole idea of race has become such a barrier and such a division, when actually, when you look at all the ancient scrolls, we all come from the same place. And Sumeria is obviously where this is to be found, that the cuneiform writing is incredible. It just popped up. It never evolved as a language. It just sort of one day was here, a fully structured language, which is just unheard of. There's no other language that has a history like that. It literally just arrived overnight. And I think that's enough for me to say. What do you think, Libalam? Are you back, by the way?
I am. I'm trying to digest that information. I think you're hitting at a real golden point here in tracing back history, and I guess as far as I know, the earliest civilization that comes up in my knowledge of history is the Indus Valley civilization, and we know that all of our language comes from the Indus Valley civilization, or the majority of it. And I guess like what strikes me is I think there's this conspiracy going on as far as how that natural language, something that comes right out of the roots of the earth, is masked with the Latin language itself, and that's something that's really been that I've been thinking about a lot today. Is I kind of wanted to voice this dangerous idea, which is that is the big secret of the Vatican, is that they're hiding exactly what is being masked by the Latin language, and once we break open that shell, once we break off that scab of the Vatican, that what we'll be left with is our true roots of language, of knowledge, of alchemy itself.
I can't help but second that. For anyone who has not read the book Angels and Demons by Dan Brown, I would highly recommend that book. Anyone who has not read Vatican Assassins, you can download those and a whole lot more for free. The Vatican, they created this narrative that they burned the Library of Alexandria without first removing its books. Mind you, there were multiple locations of the Library of Alexandria. There are purported to have been 33. One of the most famous is supposed to be under the right paw of the Sphinx, or Hormaket, on the Giza Plateau. Whatever it is that is in the Vatican archives, they stole. If they stole it, I promise you, it was worth stealing.
All fingers are pointing back at the Vatican, and for good reason. I mean, if we look at why it was that the known world stopped reading, it was because of the Catholic tradition. Because it was sacrilegious to read, and you would be burnt for witchcraft, according to my memory. And so people were too scared to have books in their homes, because a book could get you killed, right? You're a witch, you're evil, you're sacrilegious. Burn this person, burn their kids, burn their brothers and sisters, burn their family, and take their lands. Where did the Catholic tradition get all their land from? Why are they so rich? Did people give it to them, or did they take it by force? And in order to take it by force, did they have to murder the families that lived on the land? Why has there been no reappropriation? This is an interesting food for thought. Of all of the lands that the Catholic tradition has owned, how much of that riches was in their pockets 400 years ago? Did they use that riches to start playing the stock exchange to get more money in modern times? Is all of the money and all of the lands that they've gotten from the original money and lands that they had? And when you start to look at that story, you start to recognize there's something very sinister going on here. And the fact that they're not only owning the land and controlling so much money. Okay, so all of the extraterrestrial observatories were being run and owned by the Vatican. If not owned by them, at least being run by them. If not run by them, owned by them. I don't know if you're aware of this. And Lucifer, I think they changed the name of Lucifer because the latest one, this was, okay, this research is very old. It's out of date. It must go back 15 years. Sorry, I'm like, it's been a while since I've researched that. But that Lucifer telescope, which was looking for extraterrestrial life, I think they changed the name. Am I correct, Kalal? Did they have to change the name on that?
Yes, they always do it. It buys them but a little bit of time. It gives them just a little bit more confusion. It allows for this bishop to become this cardinal and this cardinal to become this pope while this one is off. Like this is really that simple, but it's really that intricate.
So this gives us an insight in just how widespread alchemy is on this planet. The very language that we're speaking is a product of alchemy. The very culture that we're living in is a product of culture, of the alchemy. The very financial system is a alchemical system that is being created by our forefathers, but not just any forefathers. They were originally facilitated by the church and the nobility. The church had a lot of say in this. And essentially, we're talking about the Catholics. So when we look at who's got the knowledge of alchemy and who's used the knowledge of alchemy, and the way in which the knowledge of alchemy has filtered into corporate hands and structures that have become, using the alchemy in media. When you are being sexually bombarded by sexual iconography, that's alchemy. The idea of sexuality is a reflection of the chemical wedding. So every time when sexuality is being expressed, alchemy is being considered. So pornography is, and this was a discussion we did yesterday, pornography is the ultimate form of alchemy on the planet at the moment. And we are all being alchemized by this demonic alchemy, which is sort of alchemizing our habits, alchemizing the way in which men see women, alchemizing the structure of relationships, alchemizing hygiene levels in the body, i.e. all the venereally transmitted diseases which are becoming so common these days. They've had terrible outbreaks in London over the years of STDs, to the point where it becomes a national alert in England. Like, it's on the news, like, there's too many STDs in London. And I laugh, it's not really funny. And so this is a product of alchemy. And the alchemy is being used to keep us dumbed down so that we can't discover true alchemy. And the fact is, shamanic alchemy, let me step into shamanism for a moment. Shamanic alchemy is when you go and sit in the wilderness and you observe that nature is alchemy in motion. And to observe the alchemy of nature is to observe the alchemy of the self. And so the shaman sits in a state of reverie at the way in which life becomes, dies, and the cycle of life and death moves, and that the soil is carrying the death that becomes the life of the plants, that becomes the life that the birds carry, and the birds with their song also carry the seeds to sprinkle the seeds of life into the soil of death. And so this life and death principle is continually being considered when one is in the wilderness. And also there's the fact that one could die at any point, right? Because one is, the shamanic path is a lonely path. So one's not like in society. So if you scratch yourself and get like infection, you can die right there. You don't have doctors and hospitals. Deep in the wilderness, you're in the jungles. If you fall and break your leg, you die where you fall. So the presence of death is always driving you towards being more alive. And so the aspects of consciousness that are reflected in the pineal and the pituitary are tuned better. And specifically, the pineal and the thalamus becomes really well tuned because it's your survival instinct not to get hurt. Because being hurt isn't just a quick trip to the doctor or the hospital. It's a life-death situation. So this living in the state of life and death in nature, which is just an abundance of beauty produced by the death that brings life, operates the inner alchemical wedding so that the shaman becomes married to nature and the alchemical wedding takes place. And so the sexual energy that would be expended upon sex can be transmuted. The kundalini becomes internalized, shall we say, and produces the caduceus of being within. But in the worldly stations that we're living in, this isn't really so easily done because they have basically used all their alchemical tools and weapons to put us in a proverbial cage of thought from which it's very difficult to escape. How do you think we would find a route to get around this alchemical magic that's being used to control us through? And I know, Carlisle, you've done a lot of decoding on the films, a lot of decoding on the alchemy that's hidden. And how many of the films are actually expressing overt alchemy, overt alchemical knowledge, overt occult principles?
I would honestly have to say all of them. And it's very interesting when you look into, for example, children's films or children's cartoons, because the gloves are always off completely. They don't even make an effort to hide certain things. But it's when you get to the more adult, where the themes are more pronounced, be it drama or action or mystery, suspense, love, the highest of all, right? And who they show the love story to. You know, everybody doesn't get a fantasy love story, and that's for a reason, because that is too empowering. So when you think about the reasons that companies and film studios create movies, they don't make a movie because they care about your feelings, but you will walk out of that theater expressing those feelings. Remember being a child, for myself, growing up watching martial art movies. After I would watch them, I went outside and I kicked something. You know what I mean? Like, you don't go to a love story and not feel emotional afterwards. You don't go to a horror film other than to feel scared. You know, we have this release of dispensationalism. You know what I mean? Where you want to see somebody exude um, extra powers. You want to see somebody fly. You want to see somebody walk through a wall. But what does that do to your psyche if you're just there for entertainment, which is actually entering entrainment as opposed to decoding what it is you're seeing? So this is the power of film, because studies have shown when certain characters are on screen, your eye will be drawn there first, whether it's in the foreground or the background. We know from movies like Fight Club and Wizard of Oz that small splices of film can be overlaid for a double image that only your subconscious will pick up. So what happens when you bypass your prison guard, aka your conscious mind, and go directly to the subconscious? This is why decoding is so important, because if we didn't write our programs, which we know we didn't because our parents are our first mind controllers, sit up straight, sit with your mouth closed, cross your legs, say yes, say thank you. Why did you know? Like, this is programming, and not to say that it's wrong, but this is why parents are so important. This is why what we feed our children is so important, and why what we feed ourselves, mentally, physically, and spiritually, is so important.
You bring up a very, very fascinating point. Something that I think that we might want to shift to is also like the side of magical defense, and how, like, in the same way that we see these forces at work in movies and popular culture, they are at work in the hearts of our loved ones and in our own hearts. And something that I think is there are something that I'm quite confident of is that there are occult forces at work on the side of maintaining these kind of systems, and they wouldn't function unless they could function through people. If they could function through the ones closest to us. And what was that last thing? And I want to know what you guys think of this.
I think that you bring up a point which hasn't actually been struck yet. The way in which that we become each other's jailers through the consensus of belief as the product of the alchemized mind of the proverbial personal alchemical wedding that each person has with the doctrination, with the indoctrination and the propaganda that is shaping their minds, and how part of the program is to actually keep each other locked in. So when you see someone you know straying too far from the script, your impulse is to pull them, and you see this on Facebook, huh? You see this on Twitter, you see this, the way people will attack people for going too far away from their program, because we're all supposed to be following the same rule book. We're all supposed to be following the same alchemical principles that have been outlaid for us. This is alchemy. This is how you change your belief. This is how you manifest your life. This is how you're supposed to be. Instead of looking at the deeper aspects and going, hold on, what about who I am? We are taught not to express ourselves. And Carlisle brought up an interesting point that made me think about it. And I had to acknowledge, sometimes I'm saying to my son, don't chew with your mouth open when we go out. Just because, you know, it's not polite for people to, you know, with your mouth open in front of other people. But at the same time, I'm always conscious and careful not to teach him too much. He's very wild, my boy. But I'm also conscious of the fact that his life will be very, very difficult if I don't teach him enough of the structure so that he can get under, like, pass under the, you know, under, it can go incognito through society. Because if he doesn't go through society in an incognito way, he will be attacked by his peers. He will be attacked by his friends. He will be attacked by his university teachers. He will be attacked by whoever, because it's part of the structure to uphold the program. And when you stray too far from the program, there is a consequence. And I think that, am I right? Is that sort of what you're sort of heading towards, is how everybody becomes everybody else's jailers?
That's exactly it. But I also think about, I guess, this at work in some slightly different ways. Like, I see within myself a kind of like presence in my life of resistance from the world, and I have a certain courage towards it. But I see where that exact same experience in other people would cause absolute terror. It would lead them to psychosis and people calling them crazy. And it's a fine line of balance that separates someone who's gaining power and, you know, delving into the occult from someone who's, you know, homeless and living on the street and, you know, and haunted by, you know, the forces at work in this world. And yeah, that was what it was kind of particularly on my mind.
You bring up a very, very good point, Reaper Lamb. This is why these sciences are so important and so crucial. And the sooner we get a hold of them, the sooner we can tap in with ourselves and know who we truly are, the easier it will be to maneuver through this age that we're currently in, because we operate in a universal mystery school, but it's just not called that. It's called society. It's called this culture. It's called this system. But it's the more you see through a more universal lens, you see that it's everywhere. Over here, it's just called Odin. Over here, it's called Ra. Over here, it's called Yahweh. Over here, it's called Beelzebub. It's the same thing. And when we understand the why, it just is. You can't have so much game run on you. You can actually control the game. You can take over the game. You can run the game and win the game, as opposed to just being a eternal pawn.
Very powerful, Khalil.
Did you want to add something, Libla?
I just wanted to second what Khalil said there. I was more so just absorbed in the trance of hearing that. I felt it was very resolute.
Yes, Kalal, you do have a beautiful way with words, and you do find a way of dropping the hammer. I think it's that wild aspect of Saturn in you. It gets to the point of things nicely, like finds the point, gets to it. I think that's what Saturn does. Because it's what structures knowledge, it's what structures information, it's how information gets its form, in a sense. Even though it's not structural form, it's how form is actualized, in a sense. The builder. I always think of the builder as a Saturnian element. But also, to add to this whole thing, self-knowledge, knowledge of the self. This is why I believe the alchemy of our history has happened, why they've changed so much of our history. And I had a book, not a book. Okay, so when I was a child, I had an innate way of finding things. Ever since I was a little boy, I could walk down the road and I could sense the snakes. I could just close my eyes and feel the snakes wherever they were, and I could just walk in a direction and pick one up, and I'd have a snake. And I had lots of snakes. Always had snakes. I had 15, 10, 12, 20 snakes. As many snakes as I could get in, as many tanks. I had one point, I had 5 different tanks, big tanks, and other little, like, cordoned off areas in my room. And sometimes they would escape, and I was a little bit, you know, they'd get out into the garden, and oh my gosh, my mother. And but I also had a way of tracking knowledge. And my mom's boyfriend, Stuart, is a very interesting character. Very, very interesting, very intelligent man, very intelligent man. He had a library, a very old library. And he had a lot of old books. He taught me to appreciate books. It was because of him I started collecting old books. I spent much of my young life going to these captive places, and there was huge troves of boxes of books in the back, and they knew me so well. I'd go and look for the Old English, look for the, you know, for the Middle English and any of the older books that I could find. But one of the things that had inspired me was he had this old encyclopedia that was talking about Tartaria. And in this encyclopedia, I was reading about this Tartaria place, and I was like, why haven't I heard of Tartaria? Like, it's massive. I was looking at the maps, looking at the write-ups of it, and I asked him about this Tartaria, and he said, oh no, doesn't exist. So what do you mean it doesn't exist? This is an encyclopedia. And he said, yeah, well, you know, things have changed. He was a man of few words when it came to such matters. And I remember going to my teachers at school when I was about 12. This is when I discovered this Tartaria thing. And I said to them, what about this Tartaria? And they said, there's no such thing as Tartaria. And they like came up with some nonsense. And I said, no, man, it's a super state. It's bigger than Russia. And the write-up that what I'd read in the encyclopedia about Tartaria was telling me, and this was an official encyclopedia. It was a big, massive, he had all these volumes of books. One of them was Tartaria. In the encyclopedia, they mentioned it. a section on Tartaria, shall we say. And it blew my mind. It was actually why I gave up on school when I was 12. Because they tried to tell me that Tartaria never existed, and I thought, well, I've got you telling me Tartaria never exists. I've got your textbooks, but why have I got these very, very old encyclopedias at home that talk about Tartaria? And I'm sure this is going to open a chapter of how history has been alchemically altered. And I think it's a wonderful place to start looking for the true history of our alchemy. The alchemy of building, the alchemy of technology, the alchemy of consciousness. I think that's where we're going to have to find our truth, because I think we need to know our past in order to really know who we are. Would that be a fair assessment?
Absolutely.
You're going to open up a whole can of worms with this. Tartaria is one of my absolute favorite subjects. It ties directly into the majority of the anomalies that we're still suffering under. It is a undeniable fact, and there's so large of a universal umbrella that fall to that. You know, anyone familiar with the World's Fairs, you'll notice a large amount of anomalies. You know, when they start talking about a giant cathedral that was transported across the pond and rebuilt stone for stone, like, we have to question things. You know, when things are told from the age of a horse and buggy, supposedly. You know, how were these things built? You know, we're told that they were temporary structures built from a temporary material, but in a majority of the World's Fairs from 1851 to 1915 specifically, they all have at least one building that remains to this day. And in some, like San Francisco, it's some of the most beautiful areas of the city, but it's made from a temporary material. Understand that Disney World and Disneyland comes from the idea of a World's Fair, specifically the one in New York in 1964. Look at Knoxville and Memphis, Tennessee, and look at the Parthenon. Like, it goes all over the realm, and we're talking about a universal architecture. Well, how do you explain that? Anatoly Flamenco has an entire 22-book series on this strange anomaly of the timeline. Some Christians will tell you that we've already lived in the millennial kingdom of Christ, and that's the architecture that we're looking at. When you look here in the West or Northwest Africa, you'll find it called indigenous or Moorish culture. There are so many names because it has and needs so many different cover stories to hide this inevitable truth.
I'm sorry, I missed the last of your Tartaria. I had to let my dogs out to wee. Are we all here?
Yes, sir. I was just saying, this is a very, very large topic. There's a lot that falls under Tartaria, but once you begin looking, you will never stop. There's that much material.
And a lot of the iconography that comes from Tartaria is very much alchemy based. You know, it's very interesting. A lot of our alchemy seems to have come from Tartaria, and a lot of our writings, a lot of our knowledge. In fact, there's a connection with Buddhism to Tartaria. There's a connection with every rock that you turn over leads back to Tartaria. And even when you look into the really old stories about Tartari, about how demons were thrown into a lake of Tartari, right? Lake of fire. And this, I believe, is relating to a place known by the jinn. It's very interesting how many stories relate to this. And obviously, this was the land of the giants. I mean, you just look at the buildings, right? The size of the doors, the size of the windows. I mean, these were giants, right? They must have been. And we're in this sort of situation where we're being basically told to suck eggs. Like, no, they built the Egyptian pyramids with rollers and copper chisels. And I think that by believing the nonsense that we've been taught in history and calling his story the truth, we limit our own ability towards inner alchemy. We limit our ability towards discovering inner truth. Because if you allow yourself to be stupefied in one way, your consciousness will take on the habit of stupefying yourself in other ways. And so life is a series of habits, and everything that we do is a habit. If you steal once, you'll steal again. If you lie once, you'll lie again. It's why it's so important to be honest and to be ethical, because if you're honest and ethical and honorable, that'll become a habit, and you'll sort of be able to rely upon that, or whatever it is that you do. If you masturbate and you lust over a woman, that'll become a habit, and you'll be able to rely upon that. And that's what most people are relying upon, which is sort of why I think we're in such a mess. And that point that Eleanor brought up earlier that was really, really good was you say it's okay for us to find it within ourselves, not outside. Totally. That is totally the truth. The problem is that a lot of what has been put inside of ourselves with regards to history is lies. So when we're looking inside ourselves, we've literally got to go and sift through all the lies. And I think that is also implicit in that piece that Livelam read earlier, which is about relying on the lead and the mercury and trusting. The lead is where we've been led. That's time, the history that we've been taught. And allowing our intellect, mercury, to disseminate and go through all of the history and break it to pieces so that the two become one. In a sense, causing us to question everything we've ever known. And I think one has to question everything one's learned, everything one thinks one knows. One has to literally lay oneself on the pyre of self-inner death in order to find the rebirth of true knowledge within. I hope you guys are still with me. I hope I haven't put you to sleep with my monologues.
Oh no,
must be
I had
careful.
to just ponder that and digest that. I was thinking about how maybe this is a false comparison, but I was thinking about the lead within the context of the root chakra and the mercury within the context of the heart chakra, and the mountains within the context of the crown chakra, where a lot of the time, like I guess I was thinking about it like we have this impulse to seek out these higher experiences, and that plays into the polarization that happens, which makes these separate things. And what came to my mind was I feel that there's some work to be done with the lead and the mercury, with the denser element and with the lighter element. And we can't become too mercurial. We can't become too survivalistic. And especially if we're climbing this mountain, if we're going to the top, then that polarization is, I think, exactly what would throw us out of whack if that's not, brought into union, like it was talking about in that passage of, they come together and then they go to the mountain. It's not them as they were, just, oh, let's climb this mountain and we'll be at the top and then we'll be self-realized. No, it's there's alchemy to be done. That's an action. That's a process of unfoldment, not just something that you're dragged along with.
Think about the young adept who begins to climb the mountain to find the wise guru at the top. Like they don't just tell you outright, oh, the guru is you. You know, like if you think about Bodhidharma, who traveled from, is it from South Africa, Franklin? All the way across Africa to Asia, across watching the animals. And that's how they created martial arts, right? Like they don't tell you that it's you doing on this journey. And that's why you can look at the template of the journey of the hero. It's just astrotheology again played out. This is why we group stars to create certain clusters of, or powers of formations that are easily recognizable, so we can tap in. That whole idea turned into a micro macro as far as tattoos and scarification. You know, like we tend to wear our spirit animals or our totems. We just need to recognize it.
Very true, brother. Very true. And speaking of wearing our spirit animals, where exactly? Where we wear them? Where do we wear them? We wear them, but where? So the idea of wearing something is the idea of time and spacing it, if you want to get right down to it. Yeah. And it's very interesting how the synchronicities work with what Ramar was pointing out in the private chat. And hello, Ramar, welcome. She might be feeling under the weather, so she might not be talking much, but she has shared something here. It's something that Ronan said the other day, and it's actually very much on point. But how, when we observe time, we affect time in the observation of time. And so there's a very deep and very profound there's alchemy happening right here to those that are watching and paying attention. There's some very powerful alchemy happening right now. And the alchemy that's happening now is the alchemy of the past. And the alchemy of the past is what shapes the future. And so we can consider how when we observe time in the present, we change both the past and the future. I want you to consider that for a moment. The nature of time. And I want you to think of it in terms of what you're wearing. Where is in space. Yeah. So the space we can consider as an electromagnetic spectrum of light. And everything that we can experience is an electromagnetic spectrum of light, essentially. And it's this dance between the polarities of electricity and magnetism, Ida and Pingala, that brings everything into being. And so you see that the Ida and the Pingala are reflected in the double slit experiment, where we are observing light. Light is both a particular nature and a wavelength nature. But what scientists have discovered is that the observation of this experiment affects the outcome of the experiment. So we literally affect space by looking at it. And so we affect time by looking at space, in the same way that we affect space by looking at time. And that's something that is actually really quite interesting and at the heart of the whole alchemical process, which is why they have robbed us of our past, which is why they have put our heads full of nonsense so that we will look at the time we're in through the wrong set of eyes, instead of being able to fully appreciate where we're at, which is exactly what's going on. And I'd love for either of you guys, or for anybody here, to comment on that.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Ramon, welcome.
Hello. I'm trying not to
Peace from up.
too loud as I'm sleeping, but the thing that really came up for me, that comment that Ronan made, was just how pure each of our vessels are. Is, how am I personally, like my personal responsibility, how am I personally affecting everything which I observe with my consciousness?
I'm struggling to hear Ramar. Ramar, is there any way you could speak closer to your mic? I don't know if it's possible.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
That's better.
Is that better? I'm sorry, I'll start again. Yeah, Yeah, I was just thinking about the purity of my own vessel. How am I affecting things with my own consciousness when I observe things? Like, what is my responsibility there? And yeah, so that was kind of the main thing that was coming up for me, is our own personal responsibility. Obviously, we are all on some level probably under hypnosis, so we can maybe go easy on ourselves to some degree, and what are we doing in the way we're affecting things with our consciousness. But whereas our own personal responsibility with our consciousness in what we're changing with our observation, that was just what came up with me in terms of, I suppose it is alchemical process really from the self. I don't know what anyone else thinks of that. Be interested to hear.
I'm sorry, I'm still digesting. I need to really ponder that.
Well, I know everything changes when it's being observed. We've proven that time and time again. And for anyone who hasn't, just think about the times in your life that you have caught someone watching you, but you know that you felt them doing it first. You know, whatever their intention was. It's a defense mechanism, it's a level of awareness. You call it whatever you want, but we all have it. It's a universal trait. Some are more than others, have it more than others, and some can utilize it and focus it. And we can all do this with first being aware that it exists and then kind of flexing that muscle in order to strengthen it. Time compresses kind of like a spiral. And the more we are running outside of our own calendar or our own clock, the easier it is to get away from that energy, to get away from that control mechanism, and to allow other entities or focuses outside of our own to manipulate that.
Something that comes to my mind is the ethics of it, because this is something that I've noticed is when I'm tapped in like that, and I maybe I direct my energy at them, and I'm looking at them. It, it's a muscle that when flexed sometimes really makes other people uncomfortable, because it's a shared experience. It's something that they feel, because there isn't really a separation there, and so there's some amount of grace that needs to be had. And there's this. I think there's such a great importance in helping yourself, working with yourself to develop this and to exercise this, but also in that exercise, including others in a way that's graceful, that that comes close to their heart, and doesn't make it turn away. That doesn't make it feel kind of entrapped. I'm curious what you guys think of this, of how this kind of telepathic muscle can be exercised in a way that doesn't cause harm.
I just, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
I just wonder what we are doing to the consciousness of the world with our own consciousness, and what we are doing to alchemical processes and history, and literally just everything we observe, not just other people, with our own consciousness, with our observation.
I'd like to tie those two together in a sense, and bringing it back to what Ramar said, and bringing it back to what Libelam said. I'm going to try and stitch them together to create a web, allow the spider's web to cohesively entrain them towards one point of information. So with the Libelam story, it's about being able to do it in a harmless way. And I think about this because I live in South Africa. First, we need to discover who's doing the harm. We shouldn't automatically assume that we're the ones doing the harm, because we might be. We need to be honest with ourselves and look, are we thinking harmful thoughts? Let's say you are walking far. Ori, no. Leave him alone. No, leave him. Ori, no. Come here, Henry. He's being rude with the little doggy. He's got a little Pekingese here, and he's getting jealous of the Pekingese going to the other girl, and Harry too. He's a big girl. Ori, no. So, just let me put him outside quickly. Come, Ori. Stay down. Down. Wait, down. Sorry about that. I was really a little bit concerned before being. He gets quite threatening towards the little Pekingese because the Pekingese is humping Indigo's shoulder. It's messy, and he doesn't approve of the little dog humping the other female dog, and he can get aggressive because he's a big dog. He's like 55 kilos plus. Ori, go, no. So yeah. So what I was getting at was who's doing the harm. So if you are trying to walk away from the fine lines that have been carved for you in the sand, which is who you're supposed to be in society, how you're supposed to behave, you might get baleful, evil eye stares from other people. That is a reality. When you are, as Kalal pointed out, becoming aware of this energy affecting your consciousness, if the energy is a positive energy you're receiving, you automatically respond to it with positivity, right? If the energy you're receiving is of a negative quality, you might respond to it negatively. This is an interesting perspective to consider. I live in South Africa. If I walk down the road, no, Ori, that's enough now. If I walk down the road and I see somebody wanting to harm me and coming at me to try and attack me, say they want to take my money or they want to take my phone or something, then I might respond to that with self-defensive techniques, right? Because that would be a natural and healthy way to respond to that for your own sense of balance, harmony, and self-esteem. It's not, we don't serve anyone by letting ourselves become a footstool that gets walked on. But at the same time, we do need to appreciate what is harmony and what is balance and to live within the sphere of harmony. So if the energy that we're getting from the outside is of a disharmonious tone, it's almost in our best interest and in the best interest of the person who's trying to do us harm, who's actually doing themselves harm in the process of trying to do us harm by forcing us to get into a little box of thought or cage of thought in which we are trying to get out of, but they don't want us to get out of it because us getting out of the box makes them feel jealous because they're in the box and they don't have the courage to get out of the box. There's this drama unfolding as well. And so to appreciate that is to appreciate that sometimes toes have to be stepped on, and that is life. Sometimes if you see a bully bullying someone, you have to call out the bully and say, listen, this is on. You're bullying that person. Stop now. I think it's our responsibility sometimes to call out if we witness this. And in the same way, if someone is looking at you with the evil eye and you look at them and you see them and you recognize the evil eye and you in your mind, you show them, I don't accept it. It's nonsense. Go and check your own programming. Then they are forced to become uncomfortable because They have noticed that you're breaking out of your programming and they feel uncomfortable about you breaking out of your programming. And now that you are looking at them with open eyes, without any anger or any judgment, but acknowledging that I will not be held in my program by your thoughts. Sorry, you can keep that to yourself, deal with it. Then they are forced to take responsibility for their own thoughts that they are putting onto you. So when you are watching other people, you are putting your thoughts onto them. We can't help anthropomorphizing. We can't help transferring our emotions and our thoughts towards other people. So in that sense, it's our personal responsibility to, in a sense, mind our own business, I think. Not judge other people. If we see someone doing something we don't approve of, don't judge them unless it's harming someone or harm in some way causing harm. And so we've got to really have our ethics and morality checked out for this. But beyond that point, I don't think it's our place to take responsibility for what others are doing. I mean, that's in response to what I think I was understanding Libelam's question about the telepathic connection. Because I've had it a lot where people look at me and they go, look at you. Bloody shave your beard, cut your hair, carry on looking like this, you know, and project onto me, oh, you must be a bloody hippie, get a job, whatever. And I'll look at them with open eyes as if to say, guess what? That's your programming, not mine. And they'll feel unconscious. They'll feel self-conscious. And if they want to feel self-conscious about their programming, I think it's healthy. I think people need to become self-conscious. I think sometimes people need to feel awkward. If people are never allowed to feel the awkwardness. So in a conversation, should you do small talk to make other people feel like a sense of belonging? No. Be real, be true, be genuine. If people feel uncomfortable by the fact that you don't do small talk, let them see themselves reacting to the fact that they don't know what to say and they feel uncomfortable. That is how you break through spiritual boundaries, in a sense. And those spiritual boundaries are quite profound. And then coming back to Ramar, your point, Ramar, I'd say you cannot help but change the world by being. And there's an old adage that I found in early alchemical works that I was studying when I was 12, that stayed with me my whole life. The magician changes the world, and I'm going to use the same words, even though it's sexist in a sense, by what he is, not by what he does, but you could prefix that to he or she. And so there's something in that. We have no choice but to change the world. The world will change. It's part of what the world is, I think, Ramon. And so we just have to be the best person we can.
Yeah, I think that's what that boils down to, is purity of vessel and trying to be the best being we can. What people think.
Sorry, my dogs have been going wild. I'm going to be back in a moment. But what do you think? What are your takes on this?
What people think of psychic
Kalal,
self-defense.
I'd love to hear your opinions.
Necessary.
I'm sorry, brother. I have to dip. I have a reading I have to get to. But I want to say this has been absolutely magnificent. Ramon, you sound better. I hope you're feeling better. Franklin, thank you for this wonderful space. Libra Lamb, I think he dropped off, but I want to say love, peace, and power to him. I hope to speak with you soon, brother. And I greatly appreciate everyone here and everyone in the chat. Love, peace, and power.
Love, peace, and power, brother.
Well, thank you, Kalal. Been a pleasure having you here. Sorry, I was delayed. I was just separating the dogs. They were going wild behind me. Little one's mating with the other one. The big one's getting angry. You know, a little bit of a drama. But welcome back, Libelam. I hope you heard what I was saying, the last part. And I'd love to hear your response. I mean, if you did catch it.
I'm sorry, I missed the end of that. I got a phone call and it cut out my audio. It's so annoying how it does that. But something that I was thinking about that you brought to my mind was I guess sometimes I'm concerned about how I guess the pressure that I put on others, because I look back on it in my development as a human being, and how if I guess I suppose, like, if I had met someone and they had looked me in the eyes too intensely, if they had, you know, almost had that laser of power beamed on me, I don't know that it always would have, you know, maybe not specifically me, but I imagine in some other people, them in their own programming, it could be something that at least I feel is perhaps like playing with fire. And so, like, in my heart, I feel that, like, I have this responsibility to only give as much power, only beam as much power as a person's ready for. So, you know, like at work, sometimes I can't help it, and I just, you know, kind of gaze at another person, and I think it kind of accumulates sometimes. Like, I'll notice, like, a little bit too much gazing at a person, and they don't want to be around you. It's like they are physically uncomfortable just by your presence, and so to kind of balance that back, like what I do is I try to, you know, bring in small talk and try to connect at a level that's more, you know, that they feel safer in. And I'm curious. Maybe you answered more to that when I was gone. I just I lost that last bit of what you were saying.
Well, I see what you're talking about with the intensity of the gaze, and that you can't change who you are for other people. But at the same time, harmonic resonance will take care of the rest, I think. The people that gravitate towards you will gravitate towards you because of who you are. And the people that can't look into your eyes won't be able to relate to you. So in a sense, it's a psychic defense mechanism for them and for you, so that you don't get embroiled in conversation too deeply. Because things that you say, if you were going to be honest and sincere, would spin them out. And they can sense, I believe, on some intuitive level, that their mind cannot go where your mind goes, because it won't be comfortable an experience for them in terms of the information exchange. So I relate to what you're saying, you know. Sometimes it's just a sign for me. I read it as a sign. If I feel that feeling of people not being able to enjoy my gaze, then I avoid them. Simply. Just avoid them. And that way, you keep it real. And I think it's just the only thing that we can do is to keep it real, because to modulate your voltage is one thing, but it's not going to change the quality. And I think that with that, it's not so much about the voltage that's the problem. I think it's more the quality that's the problem. I don't know if that makes sense to you. It's that your quality and their quality is not the same qualities. And so there's the friction. And so by lessening it, you can make the friction a little less, but the friction's still there. It's not going to change. And because the friction's less, you might get embroiled into a deeper conversation that might turn into a disagreement one day. Where that whole embroiling into a conversation that became a disagreement could have been avoided by you not interacting with that person at all, because your intuitive instinct had shown you that you and them are not on the right frequency. And there are 7 billion people on the planet, so you don't have to mix with everybody. You don't have to be on the same frequency. And this is something that Bird always says about finding your tribe. And I think that that's really relevant here. You know, rather than to try and connect with everybody and relate to everybody, maybe it's better to just relate to the people that we relate to and be satisfied with that. We don't have to be friends with everybody. We can just be friends with a few people that we really connect with, that really get us, that we really get them. Although I see where you're coming from in terms of, you know, in a working environment, it can be challenging, or in an environment where you're in an environment with other people and you've got to share that sort of platform, space, room, whatever it is, the challenges can arise. And then the best thing that I've always done is just, when I feel that, I don't connect to those people anymore. I sort of, you know, draw a line. And for me, that's been the easiest way of keeping that real. Because at the same time, I have noticed that when I try too hard to do what you're saying, it normally has a kickback, counteractive effect, the opposite of what I was trying to achieve. And then you end up being able to have a conversation with that person and you say something that blows their mind a bit. And they're not happy about having their mind blown. And then you realize it would have been better if you hadn't spoken to them in the first place. Because you can't help who you are and what you will say, because who you are and what you will say is what you're thinking, unless you're not being true. I don't know. Does that make any sense?
That makes so much sense. That is on point advice. Thank you so much, Franklin. I love how you are able to really channel this kind of wisdom. And I was thinking back to something you said in the past about how the subconscious always knows the truth. And I think this is at the core of what's happening in these kind of situations. It's that, you know, when your power goes into another person, it amplifies their subconscious, and whatever resistance they have towards their own subconscious is going to I stuttered there, but I think my stutter was right. It's going to make them self-conscious. And yeah, thank you.
But that's something I've struggled with in my life. And so I've learned not to look into everybody's eyes, learned not to connect with everybody. And let people come to me, if that makes sense. And so then it's like the invitation's open, but I'm not going to come knocking on your door, kind of thing. And for me, that has helped. But I am a naturally gregarious person, so it does make it. I don't know. It's sort of resolved itself because I seem to talk to everybody I know in my neighborhood, and even though a lot of the people that I talk to are like very Christian. And when we have real conversations, it starts to become a bit friction-like. Not on the surface, but I'll say things and I can feel them reacting to what I'm saying. And I go, oh, it's a little bit much. Ooh. I hope I didn't crack their little shell of Christendom ideology or philosophy too much. And so I'm learning to be careful about who I talk to, because I don't want to sacrifice my altruism of being sincere and genuine. And it's so easy to not be disingenuous when we don't even realize that we're not being disingenuous. Or this is what I've noticed for me.
Yeah, that's so
And
true.
yes,
I feel like I sacrifice myself a lot. Like, I always aim to be genuine, but, you know, maybe I do like cater to other people a lot. I was just thinking about psychic self-defense in the modern world and how you guys might view that, and if it's necessary, and if so, what does that look like for you?
this is exactly what we're talking about, Ramon, if you get right down to it.
Yeah.
This is exactly the core of it, is that telepathic connection that we have with other people. And when the energy is weird, I find the best form of psychic self-defense is a really good sense of humor. Really good sense of humor. Humor. What are the humors? The humors of your body. The homeostatic responses that are tuned in by the hypothalamus through its insistence by the pituitary after being activated by the pineal through the actions of the mental flow of consciousness that the thalamus is producing by connecting our senses and all the sensory information with all of the different angles and directions of our brain. So we do need to be true to ourselves. That's the best form of psychic self-defense that there is. For example, and this is what I was talking about to Livelam. I have had, when I was little, I was called the devil's kind, the devil's child. I wasn't allowed to play with the other children because I was different and I saw things and I knew things and I said things about people dying, and I knew about who had died, and other children would react strange around me, and we'd go into this sort of group trance where we all speak in one voice, and adults couldn't handle that. And so I was obviously the reason why this was happening, according to everybody, and they blamed me. And ever since I drowned, these things started happening, and premonitions that I would speak because I didn't know to shut up. But I'll relay something to you just now, a story about something that happened in the streets of Cape Town, in Claremont, actually. This was about 26 years ago. I'll tell you about that. An accidental telepathic read of somebody that had killed somebody else when I walked past him in a crowd. What happened? But yeah, being true to the self, being completely genuine and being completely sincere is such an incredible power to wield, and no one can break through it. So as I grew older, I was always myself, and so I would be extrovert, be who I am, do what I want to do, be who I want to be. I didn't give a damn. Yeah. In London, I would walk around with a dhoti and a lungi that looked like a skirt, and from behind I'd have guys honking their horns at me like I'm a girl. I just laughed. It's laughter. To be able to laugh off everything is the power of the duck. I want you to consider the duck. The duck. So the duck allows the water to go off its back. So you visualize the duck, right? The power of the duck. The duck also kicks a lot under the water, but it looks regal, like it's just sitting, like cruising across the water. The motors, everything's happening under the water, subconscious. So that the power of the duck is quite a powerful psychic self-defensive maneuver from a shamanic perspective, which I embraced from martial arts when I was young, when I was 12. And so I used to apply the power of the duck in this way. And humor is the way in which the duck's power can work through us. Just laugh it all off, because it doesn't matter. So that's the first point. Things people think towards you, things people say towards you, have a cynical sense of humor that can protect you, but it can also become a crutch. So one has to be careful. The other aspect is to keep it real. So if you're walking down the road and somebody looks at you and they give you a funny look because of the way you are dressed or because of the way you look or something, or because you are, not looking like they should look, then the best thing is to do is not to shy away. Look them in the eye and just recognize when you're looking them in the eye of, this is you projecting at me. That's all this is. And just by recognizing that and holding on to that truth, they are forced to re-evaluate and acknowledge, and that's when they become self-aware and self-conscious. And then they will break away. And when they break away, they will take their evil eye impulse with them. Because if they created it, it's theirs to deal with. You can't go around being a psychic sponge for other people, because that's not going to help you. It's not going to help anybody else. And many people that are sensitive, especially people with a lot of Pisces in their charts, tend to become a psychic sponge on the aspect that they will go out into society and they will get people projecting all sorts of ideas onto them, especially if you're an attractive woman, right? And the way men can look at women in a sexual way. That's like classic example of what I'm talking about here. And so a man will be looking at you with a dirty look in his mind. To just look at a man and go, that's filthy, disgusting, gutter thought. Don't think that of me, please. And just having that thought in your mind will make them feel self-conscious, because you'll look at them in such a way that they won't feel comfortable. And if people are looking at you and all they're thinking about is having sex with you and your body and stuff, then that's what they need. That's the antidote for them. And if anything, they're getting a healing balm from you, and you're being protected from their leery, dirty gutter mind looking at your bottom or whatever. And I'm sure you're an attractive woman. You've had this a lot in your life, men looking at you in that way. So in that sense, it's important to protect yourself with reality and being truthful. And when it comes to conversations or what people are saying, it's best not to ever react. It's best to just allow it to go off your back and to laugh and to recognize how silly. Sometimes when people think or say things, if you really think about it, it's quite silly. And just think about how silly that was without thinking about the person, the information. Treat the information as information, I think. And take the person out of the context of the information and look at the information. As in, like in martial arts, don't look at the person who's attacking you. Look at the technique. It's a hand and an arm, not a person. Move the hand and the arm out of the way, and the technique's resolved. You don't have to worry about the person. In the same way, to apply this in a psychological concept will help you to protect yourself without harming them, because you're not putting projections of your consciousness onto the person. You're looking at the hand and the punch, and you're redirecting the punch that way, and now the punch has come there. It's gone. It's no problem. I hope that makes sense.
Oh my gosh, Franklin, that spoke to my heart. That's something I'm going to start deploying. That is so valuable. I have a ton of Pisces in my chart. I've got that moon conjunct Venus, and it makes me a people pleaser. But that is so empowering to the negative aspects of or the vulnerable aspects there.
Yeah, definitely. I have a bunch of Pisces in my chart too, so I get that. As Franklin knows already anyway. But I think the issue I have is that, sometimes I've got like very intense physical pain in my body from receiving things psychically from other people, or confusion as to my own thoughts or emotions, because I'll be honest, I am quite a psychic sponge, and it's something I've had to keep working on over the years, I suppose. But yeah, and also sometimes I can get a bit too nobody's gonna crush me, so I'm gonna, stand up to someone by staring back, and of course, the psychically attacking, and it's just hurting my body. So I've definitely had some intense experiences with that before, just psychic invasion, someone invading one's mind, whether that's a person one meets face to face, or online, or the media, because there is a lot of psychic attack from the media, I would say, in all its forms. If anyone thinks about that.
We're going into the deep alchemy here of entities. And
100%, always.
I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
No, you didn't. I was just agreeing that's where we need to go.
Yeah, well, that is, once again, and I believe it's the same principle, from my perspective, is if you're in the habit of not standing up for yourself when you need to stand up and face what it is you need to face, then on the inner planes, you won't want to stand up and face what it is you want to face. And having all the Pisces energy means incredible sensitivity to the deep currents of the subconscious force. And so this means there's a lot of emotional content that you are able to pick up and sense, because you're obviously a deep healer. The Pisces energy is deep healing currents, profound healing, and seeing. Yeah, it's very, very profoundly spiritual element, spiritualizing aspect of the negative. By negative, I mean feminine aspect of Jupiter is something to behold, and it's expressed perfectly in the Pisces element. So it comes from love, in a sense. And so the balance of that is to radiate outwardly, is to expand, because Jupiter in its positive masculine form, positive is in giving off, negative is in taking in, is Sagittarius. And Sagittarius has a bow, right? And so Sagittarius is a bit of a brave heart that goes straight towards the source, doesn't shy away, points that bow where it needs to be pointed, gets the arrow cocked, arrows ready to face up. This is why Sagittarius has a weapon, the bow, something to consider. And the feminine aspect of Jupiter is the two fishes swimming in opposite direction, which represent the life currents of the subconscious, right? Because the subconscious is always doing that. It's always contradicting the conscious and working against itself, with itself, in a sense. So in my mind, the principle of expanding your aura is the best form of psychic self-defense. And the expansive principle of Jupiter is really to face it. To face it. To look it square in the eye. Face it. Do not shy away from these beings. If they come to you, the instinct is to try and shy away. And the more you shy away, the more you give your power. The more you give your power, the more influence they have. Until you say, no, I'm not having it. And recognize that the only thing to fear is fear itself. Now, it's easier said than done. But like when you find that high diving board that you want to jump off into the swimming pool, the first time you climb on it, it's really hard. But when you climb on it and you jump off it, the second time it's much easier. And after a while, it gets easy. It's just commonplace. You go up the big diving board and you get adventurous. You want to do a somersault. You want to see what else you can do with that big thing, because now you're no longer scared. So I think it's about facing fear. And when it comes to the inner planes and entities in this way. And if the entity is coming and its intention is to bind you in fear, and you face your fear and resolve it, it will experience fear of you, because the polarity of being will be such. So the principle of Jupiter with the arrow could represent the consciousness being drawn and focused deeply towards what it is the problem, and focus on it as if it's your meditation. Allow that to become the object of your meditation. Focus so intently on this being that it is under the proverbial gun of your awareness, the bow. And the arrow will then be focused on the heart of the problem. And to recognize this is to recognize that you then realize that every aspect of consciousness that you are allowing to manifest through yourself is an invocation that you are choosing, or an evocation that you are allowing. So to recognize that you are choosing the invocations or allowing the evocations is to become in a state of continence of thought. And so meditation becomes the key of what to meditate on. Meditate on the things that are the challenge. If you're sitting in meditation and your feet are sore, meditate on the sore feet. Because that's how you will transcend that soreness. I don't know if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you so much, Franklin. That was so insightful.
Yeah, I loved that. I've allowed myself to get too angry in the past. Maybe I was just thinking of a particular occurrence where someone was sort of staring me in the eyes, not saying anything, but with a psychic intent to physically hurt me, which was working because it was causing a lot of pain in my body. But my reaction was just to be angry and just stare them out until they stopped. Like, you're not going to overpower me. I'll stare you out until I die. Like, you know, because I can, shy as I am, I can get stubborn that way sometimes. But it just, it really harmed me that I behaved in that way. So I should have been more like a duck, like he was saying. Maybe not avoided it, which I didn't. I confronted it, but I confronted it with anger rather than just observation and clarity and self-assurance, you know.
That's why I point at humor. Try next time to diffuse your anger and with humor.
Yeah, humor is important.
Well, I'm sorry that happened to you, because it was probably a man that was staring at you and you're a woman. So there's that implicit violence, which probably hides underneath. Am I right?
Yes, correct. It was. It was a stare that was meant to physically hurt me. Yes.
It's why I always tell women to learn martial arts. Because then you could be looking with thinking, get close enough, I'm going to kick you in the chops, buddy. I'm going to kick you where it hurts, and you're not going to see it coming because I've got no telegraph. Does anybody have anything to add?
I feel renewed as a being from these conversations we've had in this episode. I feel like I'm walking forward as a renewed, stronger, more powerful being, and you know, I have all that Pisces in my chart, but I also have a lot of fire and earth. I've got you know, my sun in Aries, and I have my Mars Jupiter conjunction in Taurus, and these are things that I think I fear I have feared in the past inside of myself, that if I don't keep a lid on this, I'm going to scare someone. I'm going to be like a combustible force, and I guess like I think that that's something that has made me like a psychic sponge. It's really, really fortified that tendency, and I want to let you know I'm going to be working on that. You've really empowered me in that way.
Yeah, I was a big psychic sponge when I was young, and martial arts fixed me because it taught me how to redirect energy. And so here's an idea for Ramar. Mental redirection of energy. So rather than meeting energy face on, you can redirect it. In the same way that a punch coming towards you could try and like stop it, or you could just gently change the angle, move the angle across. You just need to redirect it a little bit and it'll miss you. So the way to redirect, I think, is by, I'll give you an example. When I was young, I did the public speaking at my high school at Sachs. When I was like young, they pulled me and started sticking me on a stage and making me become the public speaker at the high school. And the first time I stood up there, I was a bit nervous. And then I thought, oh, I remembered. Imagine everybody's naked. And I did it. And I suddenly wasn't nervous at all. Because in my mind, I was imagining everyone else. I actually started laughing during the speech. Because it was such a funny idea. I had to stop myself from laughing. and the whole school laughed. And they enjoyed the speech. Whatever, I can't remember what it was I was talking about. Oh gosh, it was something ridiculous. I should not have been talking on that topic. So they thought I was laughing because I thought that what I was saying was so ridiculous, but I was saying it for the teachers, which was sort of true. But anyway, my point is that power of humor to be utilized in such a way is an incredible thing to learn to use. So caricature. In an event where someone's trying to look menacing and mean towards you, caricature them in your mind and find them funny. And they won't be mean and scary anymore. They'll look silly. And when people feel silly, they suddenly want to break all contact with you. And I've known a lot of women that can do this very well, by the way. You don't have to be a big bloke. You can be a small little woman. I've known some women to put blokes in their place just with a little look. They give them this look of like, are you feeling stupid? And the guys like don't know where to look. They go, they've got to break off. So sometimes force is necessary in a situation where you're a woman, you've got a man that's doing that to you. It's not right to invade someone's space like that. It's like it's not something I would do. If somebody's looking at you and you look at them, it's one thing, but then you don't. They were obviously trying to get a reaction out of you. And the reaction they were trying to get out of you was fear, obviously. But instead of becoming afraid, you became angry because you alchemically changed the fear to anger, which is the natural alchemical process for fear. The first step of alchemy is to change fear into anger. But then the second step of alchemy is to change the anger into humor. Because then you've got to recognize, well, why am I wasting my time being angry with this person? You know? And then you've got to find reasons for why you mustn't be angry with them. And those reasons will probably end up being funny if you've preloaded the idea that they are a bit funny, actually. What is it that's funny about this person? Now that I think about it, you know, and allow your mind to change the vernacular of the conversation you're having with them telepathically until they feel that they don't want to engage with you. And then you can just let it be and walk away. But it's difficult as a woman if a guy's staring at you and he won't stop staring at you, because that's just bloody rude. And sometimes it's good to say something. If you're in public, the best thing to do is to speak loudly and say, excuse me, the way you're staring at me and sexually undressing me in front of all these people is making me feel uncomfortable. And then we'll see who feels self-conscious. Because then he's like, oh, I wasn't sexually undressing you. Look, mate, it's obvious. Will you please take your dirty stare somewhere else? That would have put him in his place.
Yeah.
So as a woman,
that has happened a lot, but in this case, it was sort of more like violence. Like this person wanted to do me harm, and it was a difficult situation because, well, I won't say who it was, but I'll tell you offline. But it was a difficult situation because it would have caused a lot of trouble if I had confronted him, and probably would have put me in danger. This was someone who actually physically attacked me later, actually, but I didn't flinch because I was stubborn. He probably could have killed me, to be honest, but I didn't flinch. So, but yeah, I guess I decided never to put myself in a situation where I'd be around this person again. Anyway, I've been pretty strict about that, but they're sort of in the background still, and there's, you can probably guess what it is. I won't say, but there's nothing I can sort of really do about that, but I can just be firm and be like, I won't be around this person whatsoever.
did this happen recently?
Your mic was breaking up, Franklin.
Well, That's a tough one. As a woman, I don't know what to say to you, because that's just bang out of order. That's what like numbers like 999 and 911 were made for.
Yeah, absolutely.
And sometimes it's important to actually let people know that you will go that far.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Maybe you need to call
people are
911
Such good.
and have a 911 operator or
psychopathic.
999 operator pick up the phone.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
say,
it won't come up
I
again.
don't know if I'm in danger or not.
I won't be around this
Can you
person
track my
again.
phone? Yeah. Maybe talk to the person who's threatening me.
Yeah,
Let them catch a little bit of reality. Next, the cops are going to be here. Is that what you want?
I mean, I won't be around this person again, but they are like an expert liar, so it's just like, sociopath. Like, if the police came, like, they'd probably make me look bad rather than them. You know what I mean? But I'm just not around that kind of. I've just put a strict line that I will not be around this person again. So even if they are in the background there and others choose to associate with them, I will not do that. I'll just keep it real and be authentic, like you were saying, and try to be more of a duck about it, I guess.
All I can say is it's a responsibility of men. And once again, this ties into the conversation yesterday about pornography. Because sex and violence are inevitably connected, whether we like to acknowledge it or not. And when a man is expressing violence towards a woman, there's a sexual element. Whether the violence is an act, whether the violence is unspoken, subtle pressure, there's a sexual element to the violence. And this does normally relate to poor sexual conduct on the role of the man, be it on the outer planes or on the inner planes. Sometimes that poor sexual contact could just be poor sexual lifestyle, could just be what they think, right? They might not do anything, but that thinking is enough, But yeah, what you're talking about is a whole next level situation, and it basically involves Ramar buying a taser.
I like to think, or I guess what came into my mind is that us talking about this individual and looking upon the actions that he did and his behaviors, he must be in this very moment squirming under that pressure. He must feel what's going on.
Yeah, I think it boils down to that this person couldn't control me, and probably did want to do something to me, whether it was violence or sexual or whatever, but like, I think both, to be honest. But yes, he probably is psychically squirming right now, just because I think people just behave like this when they feel disempowered at, their personal alchemy is not in order, because otherwise I don't see how they could behave that if they felt powerful in themselves. And I think it's that thing that Franklin was saying, that sometimes you're so different from another being that they just don't like it. And some people dislike it so much that they will try to address it in these ways.
Never allow abuse. And I say that having allowed abuse. So I got a child, and when there's a child in the picture, you can't just walk away. So I had to go through whole scales of verbal and psychological abuse, to the point of someone not respecting my boundaries. and shouting and screaming, and me walking away, and them being following me, and got to the point where I was, well, I'm not going to take physical action. This person doesn't understand it, so I'll make recordings of the conversation, send it to their email, and threaten them with court. And that's what it took to make it stop. I had to really put my foot down. I had to send a lot of emails with a lot of voice notes, which is damning evidence of harassment and abuse, and say, I will take you to court, and you will pay for it. You will end up being held accountable. So that was stopped in its tracks. And sometimes that's what's necessary. As a woman, that's what would be necessary for you. As a man, sometimes it's the only way to handle a woman that's harassing you and abusing you. If I wasn't able to, not be around her exactly because she didn't have anywhere to be, didn't have anywhere to go. And I couldn't live with the conscience of her not having anywhere to be or to go. So it was a conundrum, catch-22. Sometimes you just got to put your foot down. You've got to be clear. You've got to draw your boundaries. These are my boundaries, and you do not step over the foot of the boundaries. And I will call the cops. And I will involve this. And remember, you've got a smartphone, and you can record conversations. Remember that. And I'm going to advise you to record conversations of things that are happening, because you can tell by the conversation by what is happening. And you can say, you don't have to tell people you're recording. You can say, listen, I'm feeling uncomfortable with what you're doing. Would you please stop? And then they might say something, and the tone of what they're saying it would give an impression to anybody who's listening to that, to what's actually happening. And you can collect that and send that to them as an email. And then it's communication between you and them, and it's now valid as evidence. You see? Something to think about. Always protect yourself as a woman. And as a man, those of you out there that are suffering abuse and harassment, this abuse and harassment can alchemically change who you are. It can change the way you see yourself. It can change the way you feel. It can change the way you behave. It can change your lifestyle. It affected me in most detrimental ways. And I had to put my foot down to be clear with where the boundaries were in order for me to find my inner equilibrium again. And you're lucky that there's not a child in the mix. There's a child in the mix. There's just nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, because that's how this is. Otherwise, I would probably have just left, as cruel and harsh as that sounds. I would have, walked away. I would have helped the person financially as I could for a time, and then that would have been it, But in your situation, it's obviously a man with a woman. You've got to defend yourself psychically first. And when you defend yourself psychically, you will have the confidence to defend yourself in other ways. And the presence of mind. But don't let it happen again.
Yeah, I mean, this person is just not allowed in my life at all, so they don't get an opportunity. But I will say that I do think that psychological abuse, psychic abuse, is some of the most common abuse that anyone experiences, really, actually. And that water off a duck's back is really good advice for psychic protection, because I do think these people use the same tools that you talk about. They would probably try to elicit a response from you and then record you going off when it's actually them being a sociopath and causing it, if you know what I mean. But I think sometimes it's really hard to spot what psychological, what psychic abuse is. It can be so subtle, and it's so common, it's so pervasive, I think, in society, whether it's the media gaslighting us, or partners, or other people in general society, or religion, or whatever it is, but it's very common.
Easy way to figure it out is to just say, I want to disengage from this conversation. I want to disengage from you. Please, I need my space. And if that doesn't achieve that, and you have to ask again and again, and you're still not getting what you're asking for, then it's very clear. Because if someone's abusing you, they want to get energy from you, and they're not going to stop until they get what they want. And if you're not giving them what they want, they're going to continue to start to try. So the easiest way is to just repeat a catchphrase like that, like, I'm feeling uncomfortable with this, I'd like you to disengage, I don't want to talk to you anymore, will you please leave me alone? And you'll be surprised how powerful that is, because there's no way that they can turn that away against you. And once you start hitting their email with emails of this recording, there's nothing that they can say or do to you, really, because you can actually prove what they're doing to you. Does that make sense? And in the event of anything going south, they can try and say what they want to say, but they're not going to have any recording of you doing that to them. Do you understand what I mean? So you can always sort of rest behind the truth, but you'll only be able to rest behind the truth if you feel that you've protected yourself. And the way that you will protect yourself is by being true. So the alchemical reality that we're sculpting around ourselves is the moment we become true and totally genuine in what we're saying and speak what you're thinking, because normally in those moments, all you want is for that person to leave you alone, or am I wrong?
Yeah, absolutely. Or just to change the tone or the energy more than anything that they're bringing. But also, I think what's more challenging, I mean, obviously we know to just switch it off, but when it comes to the media or religion or societal norms, like the sort of amount of gaslighting and psychological abuse that people wouldn't even recognize as abuse that is happening is phenomenal, really. So yeah, I mean, I would just switch that off, but it does enter the subconscious, like even if you just experienced a few seconds of it, for sure.
I feel that, Rama. Sometimes I'll have a day where someone will kind of be psychically abrasive towards me, and unless something else happens that really shifts what's going on energetically, I've had days where that lasts all day or all week, and I just carry that with me, and it's like it's something that can be really, really tough. I know how you feel.
But like Liverlam very well pointed out, that person's getting the energy right here, right now. And so don't keep it a secret. Tell your friends, tell the people, let it out, because that way it helps you to process it, it helps the energy to get out, and then other people sort of send a supporting energy of safety towards you. And then you feel in your mind, maybe you weren't sure if it was abuse or not, but when you recognize the fact that you didn't actually want to engage with them in that way, you didn't want to talk to them, and they were sort of forcing themselves on you in a way, then you realize what it was, because you do have a right to your privacy, you do have a right to your own space, inside your head, in your body, in your and if someone's going to sort of get to the point where they're physically getting aggressive with you, well, then it's very clear what's happening. It's very, very clear. There is no gray. Man getting physical with woman, there is no gray. It's black and white.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that. And I was just saying when you stepped away for a moment that obviously we know to just turn off the media or stop reading it, whatever it is. But there is a lot of psychic or psychological abuse, sort of in very subtle ways, happening to the global populations via the media, whether it's auditory or visual or written, whatever it is. But that's something that maybe a lot of people don't realize, that they're actually being abused by the media and they're being psychologically abused by their governments. And yeah, it's interest. I don't know that that's something that we can really change, but it's just something to be aware of, I suppose.
Yeah, this psychological abuse in the media is terrible, and it's in most of the films. It seems to be normal. Comedies, it's a form of psychological abuse. Maybe in horrors, it's physical abuse. In action movies, it's physical abuse, and so we're being programmed to become abusive. It's like Hollywood wants us to become abusive human beings. Hence, that's all you tend to see in most movies. There's quite a lot of abuse happening, and harassment and abuse. It sort of paints the picture that it's quite normal to abuse people or to be abused by people. So that when people are being abused, they will just accept it, or they'll make excuses for the fact that they're abusing people. And this is the alchemy of the media affecting us and changing who we are, changing the way we operate, changing the way we feel. And it's part of the dark magic that's being used to divide us and conquer us. Because obviously this abuse creates a sense of inner division, inner fracturing, divides the parts of ourselves, and we are lacking the inner unity. And that inner unity is power. For the sum of the parts hold more, the sum of the whole holds more power than the sum of the parts, exponentially, in terms of consciousness. And so fracturing human beings is really how consumerism gets driven. Because a healthy, well-grounded, integrous human being that's in their power doesn't need much. They don't need a fancy car. They don't need fancy clothes. There's very much less that you can sell to them. They don't need to watch films. They don't need this. They don't need that. They're happy within themselves. They find happiness in their gardens. They don't need all of these external gadgets and external this and that, and to prove themselves to other people in order to feel better about themselves. But they want us to be fractured, because fractured people are better consumers. And so, sadly, this is the way in which alchemy has been used. The biggest alchemists in the world at the moment are the advertising corporations. And they work in league with Hollywood and all of them lot. Even the news is implicit and complicit. But when you look at who owns all of these and who's got financial investments, then you'll see that there's the same players. So some people are making money the same way that those that make the fertilizers and those that make the food additives and preservatives are the drug companies that make the medicines that are going to cure you for the problems that they've given you with the crap they put into your food. So it's the same sort of racket. Does anybody else have anything they want to add?
This has been such a fruitful discussion. Franklin, you do such a good job picking these topics. I'm so happy to be a part of this. Thank you.
Such a pleasure to have you all here. Ramon, I'm glad you joined us. Sad you joined us late. I hope you're feeling better. And Livelam, you're a breath of fresh air. I'm still got those 3 dragons with that white tiger in my head. They're fighting it out to get to the grains of truth. And whenever I come across that story with the tigers and with the dragons and the tiger, it always gets me thinking, It always gets me thinking, because the tiger represents what we're talking about here, in a sense. But we're talking about the red tiger versus white tiger. We're talking about the white tiger is that total integrity of like Sagittarius, that bow, that power being directed like a beam weapon, but for the cause of good, for the cause of integrity and harmony. And yeah, I love you all. We have been quite a long time. I see the counter up in the top. It seems like we've clocked 5 hours. I don't know how that happened. I don't know where that happened. Did anybody see that happen? Or was it just... we should probably call it a night. And I'll let you guys have the last words to say out. So much love to all of you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for watching. Thank you. Ah, Vega Omega. Peace and love and power. I didn't see you in the chat earlier. Always lovely to have Vega Omega around. Love Vega Omega's art. I must touch base with you. I don't know if you're on Telegram. Yeah, that's me on Telegram. So much love to everybody, and I'll let you guys say the last words.
Much love to everyone. Thank you.
I want to give a special thanks to Booty Yoga for joining in on this conversation in the viewer section. He had been commenting on our last discussion, or I think maybe the one before that, and showing appreciation. And I'm glad that he's come and listen to this discussion now. And thank you to you, Ramah and Franklin, and to the others who were here earlier in the discussion. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you, brother. And Ramah, you said there was something you wanted to say.
It's okay. I've forgotten already. It was probably just more about this global machine, as you say, is medicine, food, media, in all its forms, government, etc., etc. So that's probably just a longer conversation.
It's going to be a topic in itself.
Yeah. Yeah, but right on, I agreed with everything you were saying about that, 100%.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you for this lovely platform. I hope you've enjoyed the conversation. Keep it real, keep it sweet. Enjoy your day, your weekend, your night, your morning, wherever you are, whatever it is you're doing, whatever time you're catching this as a rerun, or if you're part of the diehard team that's still here watching us live, keep it sweet. Om Shanti. And don't forget, the inner alchemy is continually working. You are part of the alchemy. You are alchemically changing whether you like it or not from every moment, from one moment to the next. It's just a question of becoming conscious and conscientious about what kind of change you're allowing within yourself and how you're allowing the change from the outside to affect you, whether it's the media or whether it's other people projecting onto you that you should be something other than what you are. You have the right to be who and what you are, because freedom of thought and freedom of expression of being, as long as you're not hurting anybody or disturbing anybody else's peace by invading their space, is your right. Om Shanti. Big bless to everybody. And thank you, Vivalam. Thank you, Ramon. Thank you, everybody else who was part of this. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Big bless to you.